The House Committee on Finance will come to order. This morning we have two agendas. Agenda one, first up is House Bill 2511 HD1 relating to the Department of Hawaiian Homeland. First up is State Council on Developmental Disabilities.
Vice Chair Yamashita, did you call DHHL? Sorry.
No, not yet.
Oh, sorry.
I'll
Okay.
get to your number two. State Council on Developmental Disabilities, Daintree Bartola. This.
Aloha kakahiaka luna Luke, hope noho Yamashita, amena lala komite. Good morning, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, and committee members. My name is Zos Arista, testifying on behalf of Daintree Bartoldis, Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities. We are in strong support of HB 2511, which establishes the Hawaiian Homeland Special Funds. Thank you so much for allowing us to testify. Mahalo ya oe na ka ai ana ya mako e ho'ike I ke ia pilikia e loa a ia'u no nā ninau. I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Next up is DHHL, Director Ayla.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yamashita, and thank you to the testifier for being patient and testifying before us. We stand strongly in support of this measure and have some suggested language to be added. Stand by for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Hawaii County Council District 3, Susan Lee Loy.
Aloha mai kako, members of the committee. I stand on my written testimony in strong support of House Bill 2511 and stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next up, State Foundation, Tax Foundation of Hawaii.
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. This is Tom Yamashika from the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We are very interested in seeing any dysfunction cleared and relief going to those who deserve it. We observe that there have been issues getting DHHL to spend the money in the past, and we, I think, should make some effort to know why this is so, and make sure that DHHL has the proper tools to fix it and clear the problems. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Hawaiian Affairs Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii Executive Committee. Not present. Okay, next up is Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. Kuhio Lewis.
Hello, members. I'm Kuhio Lewis, CEO for CNHA. We are going to stand on our testimony, which we've submitted, but I just wanted to add that this bill is historic in nature, and just sharing a little bit of personal story. I'm a homesteader. I live on Hawaiian homes, and I got my award 12 years ago. If it was not for that award, I would not be where I am today. It has provided me amazing opportunities in life, stability, a place for my kids to sleep at night. And this is what you'd be affording thousands of Hawaiians, a shot at life, a shot at sustainability, and an opportunity to grow and become contributing citizens to this state. And so I thank you for your agendizing this, making this a priority, and fulfilling the promise that was made to Native Hawaiians so many years ago. Again, I'll stand on the rest of our testimony, which has been submitted. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. The Mama Loa Foundation, Kanaka Maole, Ju. Not present. All right. Next step up is individual and support. Regina Peterson.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Mahalo. First, I wanted to thank my financial analyst and dear Ohana Mr. G for opening up our eyes and understanding the language used in these bills, specifically in this one, for it's not for our complete benefit. However, it's a start, and it's a work in progress. And I hope that this government will start to work with us and for us and not against us. I'm a waitlister. My grandmother was a waitlister. Because your government corporation of commerce failed and continues to fail in fulfilling the promise of putting our Hawaiian people on our lands and in homes as what these departments and organizations were mandated to do. My grandmother was not able to even have an opportunity to know what having a home on Hawaiian lands would have been like. This bill, with the language written as it states, will mean I too may die before I'm able to have a home on Hawaiian homestead. And so will everyone else that's on the wait list now. It will take another 289 years to work off just the people on the wait list, or 445 years if all of the lease applications are valid. How much has the legislature appropriated in total, even in 62 years of statehood in 1959? How many houses and buildings have been built in those 62 years? And how many people are still waiting, are houseless and still waiting? $600 million today is the equivalent of buying Hawaii at $1.1 million in 1893. Putting that money in the bank in 1893 at a 5% interest rate would accumulate to $600 million today. You can source that at finance.yahoo.com on a 200-year US interest rate. One doesn't have to be a genius to figure out that this 600 million sum is wholly inadequate. 600 million divided by 44,096 lease applications equals $13,607 per lease applicant. 600 million divided by 28,700 wait listers equals $20,906 per wait lister. At a time when the median house value on Oahu in December 2021 is $1 million for single family homes and $485,000 for condominiums. The above figures wouldn't make a 1% to 2% dent in the deposit required for a home, let alone for the construction of the required homes. I don't want to sound unappreciative, nor do I want to jeopardize the opportunity of our people being able to receive these monies expected and long overdue. I appreciate the fact that this government is trying to do something rather than nothing to work towards gaining the trust of our people. But one fiscal year financial review is not enough. This definitely needs to be a work in progress on an annual matter. If $600 million is to be appropriated, and this is where I'm going to show you where we need to make changes in the language in this bill. If $600 is to be appropriated to DHHL, then it should be placed in a legislative lockbox that assures that the funds may only be used directly and only for the purposes of placing people back on the land and in accordance with HHCA. Page 4, line 14 through 17 should be striked out as on 15 and 16, fulfill its fiduciary duties to the beneficiaries of this act, including, and should say, monies in the special fund shall be used by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to provide funding for beneficiaries to acquire a residence. The $600 million should be irrevocable, so funding is not affected by the vagaries of state finances. This assures the beneficiaries that the funds are guaranteed. Page 5, line 7 through 11, section 3. A strikeout should be made as to or so much thereof as may be necessary for fiscal year 2022 to 2023, and should read, there is appropriated out of the general revenue of the state Hawaii of the sum of $600 million to be deposited into the Hawaiian Homeland Special Funds established pursuant to Section 2 of this Act. Any mention of a ceiling is not congruent with the cost of accomplishing the mandate of this HHCA. Page 5, line 12 to 19, a strikeout should be made on or so much thereof as may be necessary for fiscal year 2022 to 2023, as well as a strikeout to enable the department to fulfill its fiduciary duties to beneficiaries provided that the expenditure ceiling for the Hawaiian Homeland Special Fund shall be $600 million and should read, there is appropriated out of the Hawaiian Homeland Special Funds the sum of $600 million for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to enable beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homelands Trust to acquire a residence. E oni pa'a kako in what is right for us. It is a must that you change the language of this bill before moving forward. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Kapua Keli'i Koa Kamai, individual in support. Not present. Okay, members, that's all the testifiers that have signed up to testify on this measure. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill. Oh, question, Representative Kobayashi.
This is for DHHL. Have you read the testimony of Tax Foundation? And is it correct that you are not using the federal funds that have been allowed and are no longer receiving federal funds because you have not spent federal funds?
Representative, that is not true. We have spent the federal NAHASDA backlog down. In fact, this presidential budget, the president put in an additional $3 million and upped it to $5 million in his budget as a recognition, I believe, of our ability to spend down the NAHASDA funding. So I disagree with his assessment. I think he's looking at information that may be older. We are in good graces with HUD, and we look forward to the opportunity to have more funding supplied via NAHASDA.
Well, the Tax Foundation is using information from your website, the Department HHL website, and it shows 0 federal appropriations, I think in 2016. And then thereafter, I think only $2 million per year, as opposed to $9 million in $9 to $12 million in prior years.
That is correct, Representative. However, I'm explaining that in the current budget, and we're being told in future budgets, the NAHASDA spending will be plussed back up again because we have demonstrated the ability to deploy it and spend it.
So what is HHL getting? You said $5 million?
In the current presidential budget, there's a line item for NAHASDA for us for $5 million. There is talk through the delegation of a significant appropriation to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands if they can ever resolve their budget issues. So there will be an increase in federal money for DHHL through NAHASDA in the near future.
Why is it $5 million as compared to $9 million to $12 million 10 years ago?
I believe that for those years in the past, there was correct. The assumption was correct that we were not able to spend it. I do believe that currently HUD and the folks that work with us through the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations recognizes the fact that through hard work of our current staff, we are able to spend the NAHASDA down, and the increases that are being promised are really the fruits of the labor, and it's a sort of it's a new confidence in the department and its ability to spend on the NAHASDA.
My question was, the funding prior was $12 million, up to $12 million, $9 million to $12 million, all the way up to, it looks like 2015 or 2014. But now it's, you say only $5 million.
Yes. We admit that there were difficulties in spending the HST in the past during that time frame. However, we've made changes, and those changes have resulted in a renewed confidence in the department's ability to spend the HST, which is reflective in the in the president's budget and in appropriations that are currently being proposed via this next budget in the next fiscal year coming from the HST. So I agree and admit that in the past we have had difficulties spending the HST. That is certainly not the case at the present moment, and the recognition that it's not the case now is reflective in the increasing appropriations that are being proposed.
Okay, thank you. Sort of.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Any other questions?
Vice Chair, if I may.
Yeah, please, Representative Brocco.
Thank you. For Mr. Isla.
Yes, hello, Representative.
Aloha. Thank you for always your prompt responses. I wanted to ask about, this is significant amount of money, but also what is important is having land assets as well to develop and prepare for our people. I wanted to ask if you could tell if you had tier 1 ready, shovel-ready projects ready to go that this could help with.
We do, and in fact, we've been asked to provide that information to the Senate just recently, as recent as a day ago. If you desire a list of those projects, we'd be willing to send it to you folks too.
Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
We'll do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
And forward that to the committee and then we'll send it out. Thank you very
Yes.
much. Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1690 HD1 relating to child passenger restraint systems. First up, Department of Transportation, Jade Butai.
Good morning, Vice Chair Yamashita and honorable members of the Finance Committee. Jade Butai, DOT Director. We stand on our submitted written testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Honolulu Police Department.
Aloha.
Thank you.
Aloha, good morning, Chair Luke and members. I'm Brian Lynch, Major of District 7 of the Honolulu Police Department, City and County of Honolulu. The Honolulu Police Department supports the passage of House Bill 1690 HD1 relating to child passenger restraint systems, and we stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Keiki Injury Prevention Coalition.
Hello, this is Karen Tessier. I'm a child passenger safety instructor and the coordinator of the Oahu Child Passenger Safety Program. Keiki Injury Prevention Coalition is in support of the provisions of this bill, especially requiring children to ride rear facing until they're at least 2 years old. Also for keeping children into a car seat or a booster seat until they're at least 10 or until they fit properly in the seatbelt assembly. We also support the removal of the exemption for children over 40 pounds. We would also ask that the exemption for vehicles without restraints be removed. Currently, the statute allows people to not be restrained if there are more people than there are restraint systems in the vehicle, which we find acceptable, that there's never a reason to legally allow someone to ride in a vehicle unrestrained. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Right. Thank you very much. Let's see. There's one more testifier, individual in support, Lisa Dow.
I'm Lisa Dow with Kapiolani Medical Center, and we are in full support of this bill. And we also agree with the previous testimony with Karen Tessier from Keiki Injury Prevention Coalition. We also agree with all that she had said, and instead of repeating it, we ask that you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no other testifiers. Members, any questions? Okay, no questions. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1692, relating to mobile electronic devices. First up is Department of Transportation.
Good morning again, Vice Chair. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you. There's no other testifiers. Members, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1883 HD1 relating to elections. First up, Office of Elections, Scott Nago.
Good morning. We'll stand on a written testimony in support proposing amendments and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Friends of Civil Rights. Not present. Okay, Common Cause, Sandy Ma.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Sandy Ma for Common Cause Hawaii. We stand on our written testimony in support of this bill, which will help our citizens more fully participate in our democracy and vote. I'm available to answer any questions, and thank you for hearing this measure.
Thank you very much. Members, there's no other testifiers. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1965 HD1 relating to property forfeiture. First up is Office of the Public Defender.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is James Tabe. I'm with the Office of the Public Defender. We support the intent of this bill. However, we believe that it doesn't go far enough. True reform, I think it requires that we restrict forfeiture of property when there's only convictions. Number two, all proceeds should go to the state general fund. I don't believe that any of the proceeds, even partial proceeds, go to the police or to the prosecuting agencies. These agencies do not be incentivized by money to seize property. And even if they do state that they don't factor in that decision in seizing property, the appearance of impropriety in itself should forbid distribution to those organizations. Otherwise, we stand in our written testimony, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Attorney General.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Deputy Attorney General Steve Bumanga. The Department of the Attorney General supports the intent of the bill. We have identified a few issues for which we've suggested revised language in our written testimony, and I just want to identify those issues. The first is that it's unclear when property could be seized, so we suggested language that make clear that seized for forfeiture prior to the criminal charge being filed. The second issue is that it wasn't clear whether the clear and convincing standard applied to administrative forfeitures, so we proposed revised language. The third issue is that after the state proves its case by clear and convincing evidence, the claimant can come in and prove its case by a preponderance of evidence, which is a lower standard. So we're suggesting that the standard be the same, either clear and convincing or preponderance of the evidence. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, St. County of Honolulu.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Prosecutor Tricia Nakamatsu on behalf of the Honolulu Prosecuting Attorney's Department. We do have concerns about the current bill, although we appreciate the fact that this is much more tempered and moderate than prior versions that have come up in the past. We do concur with the AG's recommendations as well as the proposed amendments from the Kauai prosecutor. We do note that this is intended to be a civil proceeding, and ideally we would like it to stay strictly civil and not have to rely on the filing of a criminal charge. But that being the case, again, we do appreciate that it hasn't gone completely all the way over in terms of making it completely reliant on criminal proceedings. And the increase in standard is at least a civil standard, clear and convincing evidence. We're available for questions, if any. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Grassroots Institute of Hawaii.
Aloha, Vice Chair Yamashita, members of the committee. My name is Ted Kafalis. I'm the Director of Strategic Campaigns for the Grassroot Institute of Hawaii. We'd like to speak in regards to this bill. As others have mentioned before me, we're glad that this bill would raise the standard of proof required, but it would still allow for forfeiture when a person is charged with an offense related to the property and not when that person is convicted. Without the requirement of a conviction, innocent citizens could still be subject to this forfeiture. An additional concern that we hope you will address that's been mentioned previously is that this bill allows a portion of the proceeds to go to the agencies that initiated the forfeiture. This gives local agencies an incentive to continue to pursue this avenue. We suggest amending the bill so that all forfeiture proceeds go to the general fund, thereby eliminating any financial motivations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill on the agenda. Okay, House Bill 2085, proposing an amendment to Article 7, Section 12 and 13 of the Hawaii Constitution to expressly provide that the legislature may authorize the counties to issue tax increment bonds and to exclude tax increment bonds from determination of funded debt of the counties. First up is Tibet Shangcheng.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Members of the committee, DBES stands in support of this measure, and we appreciate this committee hearing the admin bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next off, Office of Planning, Sustainable Development. Rodney Funakoshi.
Good morning, everyone. Rodney Funakoshi from the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. OPSD stands on its written testimony in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Department of Planning and Permitting, Harrison Wu.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members. The Department of Planning and Permitting stands in strong support for our testimony.
Thank you. State Foundation of Tax Foundation of Hawaii.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We do stand on a written testimony. We do want to emphasize that we have concerns with excluding this type of debt from the overall debt limit for the reasons that are stated in the testimony. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Next up is NAIOP, Jennifer Camp.
Aloha, Vice Chair Yamashita, members of the committee, Evan Oi testifying on behalf of NAIOP Hawaii. We're in full support of this measure and support the state's efforts to reduce the cost of housing for all levels in Hawaii. This bill addresses a critical issue in the development of more affordable housing and critical infrastructure for Hawaii residents. NAIOP appreciates the legislature's commitment to collaborating on this issue and look forward to working together. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. We'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much. No other testifiers. Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 1432 HD1, relating to concessions on public property. First up is City and County of Honolulu Enterprise Services.
Aloha, Jerry Polo, Director of Department of Enterprise Services. Mahalo, Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the committee for allowing me here. We do want to stand on our written testimony. Basically, Bill 1432 really helps us to improve facilities, services via innovative business plans from our concession contractors, and also the quality of those concession contractors and their plans, not just a high bid process. So we appreciate consideration. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Pale Kaiko, Beach Boys Club. Thomas Cup. Not present. Okay, there's no other testifiers. Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1691 HD2, relating to commercial driver's license. First up is Department of Transportation.
Aloha, Vice Chair. We stand on our written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Transportation Association. Not present. Next up is Hawaii Food Industry Association. No. Okay, thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Okay, we're going to move on, members, to House Bill 1747 HD1 relating to the State Building Code Council. First up is Office of State, Hawaii State Energy Office.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita and members of the committee, Gail Suzuki Jones, on behalf of the Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on our written testimony with comments and will be available for questions should you have any. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Bia Hawaii.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Stephanie Sakamoto on behalf of BIA Hawaii will stand on our testimony and support. Thank you.
Okay, next up is NAIOP.
Aloha, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Evan Oi testify on behalf of NAIOP Hawaii. NAIOP supports this measure as it offers the opportunity to discuss the economic impacts of implementing changes to the UBC prior to its implementation. The industry associations are the best resource to provide cost implication data to the council, which will allow for greater cost-benefit analysis when contemplating code changes. Ultimately, HB 1747 offers greater information exchange that will lead to regulations which enable development of more affordable housing and reduce the current high cost of housing. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. Will be available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of the testifiers? Right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 2482 HD2 relating to education. First up is Hawaii State Public Charter Schools Commission. Yvonne Lau. Not present. Next up is Department of Education.
Hi, good afternoon, Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. I'm Heidi Armstrong from the Department of Education, testifying on behalf of Interim Superintendent Hayashi. The department stands on its written testimony offering comments on HB 2482 HD2. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Association for Justice.
Aloha, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Evan Oi on behalf of the Hawaii Association for Justice. We stand on a written testimony and supporting their intent and providing amendments. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. Will be available for questions.
Thank you very much. No other testifiers have signed up. Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 2482 HD. Oh, I'm sorry. Next bill, House Bill 1789, House Draft 2 relating to collective bargaining. First up is Hawaii Labor Relations Board.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yamashita. Good morning to the members of the committee. Hawaii Labor Relations Board will generally stand on our written testimony, providing comments as to the constitutionality of the bill, the board's jurisdiction, and concerns about the language possibly allowing a single exclusive representative who represents a majority of the bargaining units to unilaterally select the nominee for the seat representative of labor. I did want to take a moment to talk about the current law. Under the current law, the governor cannot nominate anyone to the seat representative of labor unless a majority of the public sector exclusive representatives have mutually agreed that that person is qualified to sit in the HLRB seat representative of labor and submitted their name to the governor. Therefore, to say that the current law does not allow unions to do more than provide input or to say that labor is not included in the current process is incorrect. The current law does not allow the governor to nominate anyone who has not been selected by and mutually agreed upon by a majority of the public sector exclusive representatives. So we just wanted to clarify that. And we will be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, HSTA.
Aloha, Laverne Moore, speaking on behalf of HST Executive Director Wilbert Hope. The Hawaii State Teachers Association supports House Bill 1789 HD2 and stands on our written testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Government Employees Association, HGA.
Good morning, Vice Chair and members of the Finance Committee. Michelle Kurihara-Klein on behalf of the Hawaii Government Employees Association and our Executive Director, Randy Pereira. You have our written testimony and strong support of this measure before you. And I know it's a very long hearing, so I wanted to thank the committee for scheduling the measure and also for hearing this bill again as it passed out a similar measure last session. I do want to clarify an inaccurate assertion that was made that HGEA, by default of representing 9 of the 15 bargaining units, would have unilateral authority to pick the nominee for the labor chair. That is wrong and a false assertion. It is very clearly defined in Chapter 89-2 that the exclusive representatives are the organizations that represent the units. And so it would require a majority of the organizations to support the nomination. And I'd be happy to answer any additional questions about this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hawaii United Public Workers, UPW, Dan Kochi. Okay, members, any questions to testify? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 2510 HD1 relating to income. First up, Department of Taxation.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Shiraishi for the Department of Taxation, and we stand on our written testimony providing comments.
Thank you very much. DLIR, Department of Labor.
Good morning, Vice Chair Yamashita, members of the Committee on Finance. Annie Stockfield, Director, Department of Labor. The department stands on its written testimony and support with comments, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Members, let's see, we'll move on to the next one, Hawaii Restaurant Association, Victor Lin.
Hi, good morning, Chair Luke and Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the House Finance. The Hawaii Restaurant Association, representing 3,400 restaurants here, supports and commends the legislature for trying to tackle the low-wage worker sustainability issue with this bill. And this is the first time that we have seen attacking this thing in a more comprehensive way, taking advantage of the many state and federal tax credits and stuff like that to provide the earning power for the people and the lower tier. The restaurant industry has been one of the hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. 2 years into this, we are still struggling amid the coronavirus cases, record inflation, labor shortage, and supply chain delays. However, we still support this bill. Just want to share that we look at the minimum wage, basically a starting wage. It's not a wage where people make a living out of, but it's basically for people entering the workforce for the very first time with zero job skills. And so overall, we support the HB 2510. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Tax Foundation of Hawaii.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika for Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We do have extensive written comments on 2 basic subject matters. One is with regard to the credits for low-income taxpayers or lower-income taxpayers. We do observe that right now we have a very complicated patchwork of different credits that do different things. It's very complicated and very tough for taxpayers to comply. We think that a better solution to this would be to ratchet down the number of credits and give bracket relief so that we don't put people who for some reason miss the filing deadline and aren't eligible for the credits to put them in jeopardy by taxing people even though they're in poverty. Second, we wanted to address the Tax Administration Special Fund. We wanted to remind people that it was identified last year as a target for rating because there was determined to be 15 million in the fund in excess of its requirements. So we don't think the special fund should be allowed to expand, way beyond their current needs. That's what happened last year, and we would be remiss if we didn't suggest reining it in as opposed to expanding its scope. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Retail Merchants of Hawaii. Tina Yamaki. Not present. Okay, next up is Pono Hawaii Initiative.
Yeah, good morning, Chair and Committee. Gary Hooser, Pono Hawaii Initiative. I'll stand on our testimony with just a few additional comments, if I could. Well, we appreciate the comprehensive nature of the approach. We believe this should be done in individual vehicles and not risk everything together in case there's a problem with one, everything goes down in the end. Our biggest concern is the $18 in 2030. That's way too far away. We support the Senate bill, which puts $18 in 2026. The Senate passed it almost unanimously. The governor testified in support. And so we really encourage you to separate out these vehicles and adopt the Senate version. For those that would say that this is too much too fast, I would just point out that 25 other states are raising their minimum wage this year. 2 states and 47 cities and counties are already at $15 an hour. 2 states and 47 other counties already at $15 an hour. There's a place in West Hollywood, LA, with its $17.64 an hour. And there's many, many counties and cities, some of them with larger populations than Hawaii, who have exceeded $15 already. 2030 is far too long to wait. We encourage you to reconsider this and adopt the Senate vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Hawaii Clubhouse Advocacy Coalition.
Oh, hello. Name is Laura Pate, Aloha Representative Khan Yashimida. And I oppose HB 2510 related to income, making it 18 as soon as possible, not 2030. Everything is getting more expensive with high price. I am a part-time working mom making $10.10 an hour, and I struggling to have any money for myself and my son. This income is not enough to support my family needs. I oppose this bill because the minimum wage will increase to $18 by 2030, and that is not enough, soon enough. There is another bill, SB 2018, as it will increase the minimum wage by 2026. I support this increase in minimum wage to 18 because I need more money. Please oppose this bill as it is written and change the date to 2026. Thank you for hearing my verbal testimony. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next up is, thank you, Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii, Michael Gloyu Jr. And not here. Hope Services Hawaii. Kristin Alice.
Aloha. Aloha. Thank you. My name is Kristin Alice. I'm here on behalf of Hope Services Hawaii. We are the largest homeless services provider on Hawaii Island, and also on behalf of Community Alliance Partners, the Alliance to End Homelessness on Hawaii Island. We submitted opposition testimony to this bill, similar to others have testified. We support the Senate version, SB 2018, because 2030 is way too far away for people to get the raise they deserve for the labor that they are putting in. Let me put it this way. We cannot end homelessness without making sure that people who work here have enough money to afford their homes. This is the issue that's at the top of everybody's mind. This is the issue that we deal with every day, and people simply do not make enough money to afford housing. Last year, the wage that you would need to make in order to afford a 2-bedroom apartment was about $38 in Hawaii. That's more than double. It's about more than triple of the minimum wage right now. How can we expect single parents to be able to provide a home for their child? We can't on this wage. And when you combine it with the fact that so many landlords have discriminated against people who have vouchers that are supposed to make up that difference, and that we cannot find housing willing to accept people with vouchers, it's a serious problem. It's not the only solution, but it is a critical part of the solution to homelessness. So if we want to end homelessness, if we want to see our local Hawaii residents being able to stay in Hawaii, have a home for their children, we can't do it without taking drastic action to increase the minimum wage. So please, I urge you to pass the Senate bill or replace the language in this bill with that language. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks.
Aloha, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Wu, and I am with Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. We submitted comments on this bill. While we strongly support the improvements to tax credits that help working families make ends meet, we share the concerns of other testifiers about the pace of the minimum wage increase in this bill. Hawaii's Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, our own DBED, found that a single adult with no children and with employer-provided health insurance needed more than $18 an hour to meet their basic needs 2 years ago in 2020. For a single parent with a child, that was $31 back in 2020. So the idea that we would be raising the wage to $18 in 2030 is just going to cause more working families to move out of Hawaii. And that's something I think we're all concerned about. There's also well-known research showing that poverty has long-lasting effects on children. It affects their educational attainment and their future earnings. So if we don't raise the wage and make sure that families are not in poverty, this has long-term effects for our workforce. I do appreciate the combination of minimum wage and tax credits as a way to help families, but I wanted to point out that we are the most expensive state in the nation. If you look at the next 7 states, the most expensive states like District of Columbia, New Jersey, California, New York, they also already have tax credits like the ones that we have here. For example, the earned income tax credit in this bill would be made permanent because it's about to expire. So we're happy that this bill makes the EITC permanent. And it would also make our EITC accessible to those with the lowest wages. Right now, people with the lowest wages don't get their full EITC. So we welcome that change. That's called refundability. But the fact is that the next 7 most expensive states also already have refundable EITCs. So those workers not only have a higher minimum wage than in Hawaii, they all have a wage of at least $12.50, up to above $15 right now, but they also already have a refundable EITC. And in the other states, the amount that they get is higher. Our EITC is 20% of the federal, while in other states it's 30%, up to 70%, 85% in California. So if we wonder why families can't make ends meet and why they're moving away, we have to look at the supports that states are giving. And while we welcome the improvements in this bill, we really urge you to think about moving that minimum wage higher, faster. $18 in 2026 would give families about $8,000 more a year than the current way the bill is designed, which would get the minimum wage to only $14 in 2026. That's a huge difference. So as we're looking to the following years, I really urge a faster increase to the minimum wage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Hawaii Iron Worker Stabilization Fund. Jason Bradshaw. Not present. Next up, Grassroot Institute of Hawaii.
Aloha, Vice Chair and members of the committee, Ted Kafalis with the Grassroot Institute. We appreciate the intent of the legislature on this issue, but we don't believe that this bill is the solution. While the minimum wage debate is oftentimes framed as a fight between businesses and employees, drastically raising the minimum wage can actually hurt both. We'd like to point out that research increasingly shows that substantial minimum wage hikes typically result in more negative employment effects than positive ones. 2021 analysis of minimum wage research from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that regardless of how researchers interpreted data to support a particular position, there was clearly a negative effect on employment associated with the minimum wage increases. And while there is an argument that some low-wage workers would stand to make more money, we feel that the gains are nullified by employers cutting hours, businesses turning to automation, and then other workers potentially losing their jobs. I hope you all will take this information into consideration as you vote on the bill. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, IATSE Local 667. Scanlon, go ahead.
Aloha, Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. My name is Tue Mar, Scanlon, President of IATSE Local 665. We are opposed to HB 2510 HD1 for the following reasons. Minimum wage has always been intended to be a living wage. When President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, he said, quote, "In my inaugural, I laid down the simple proposition that nobody is going to starve in this country. It seems to me equally plain that no business which depends for existence on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country. By business, I mean the whole of commerce as well as the whole of industry. And by workers, I mean all workers, the white collar class as well as the men in overalls. And by living wages, I mean more than a bare subsistence level. I mean the wages of a decent living," end quote. His words are no less true now then than they are now. Raising the minimum wage would drastically reduce public assistance expenditures and reliance on benefits like SNAP. We strongly support the increasing of minimum wage to $18 an hour and higher, but this bill would delay that until 2030. According to DBED's self-sufficiency income standard estimate for Hawaii 2020, for a single worker with no children to achieve a modest standard of living, they needed to earn $18.35 an hour in 2020. Hawaii's minimum wage earners and tipped employees cannot wait another 8 years to achieve the living wage from a decade prior. Furthermore, HB 2510 HD1 reduces the income of tipped employees by an additional $2 an hour. These workers are commonly from underrepresented communities, women, people of color, and LGBTQ community members. Workers should have the right to earn a living wage regardless of the industry in which they work. And let's be clear, there's no such thing as an unskilled worker. That's a misnomer perpetuated by those that seek to devalue the services that workers provide. I assume that everyone here has been to a restaurant at some point in their life. By giving their patronage to these businesses, it's implied that the patron didn't want to cook, serve, or clean up after their meal. So it's plain to see that the work of these people is necessary. 7 states have no tip credit whatsoever, and yet restaurants still exist and thrive in California and Nevada, to name a few. It is unconscionable to say that these workers should just increase their skill sets to advance to higher paying jobs. That's akin to seeing someone treading water in open ocean that can barely see land, let alone make for safe harbor, and while passing them aboard a ship calling out, "Just swim harder and you'll get there." If hard work equated to success, fast food employees would be single homeowners. It is ridiculous to say that minimum wage jobs are only for entry-level high schoolers, as that is admitting that some businesses depend on child labor for their existence. A vote in favor of HB 2510 HD1 is a vote to deny these workers any hope of upward mobility. A vote in favor of this bill is a vote to be complicit in keeping these workers and their families in poverty. Adequately raising the minimum wage in an effective time frame is a housing issue, a mental health issue, a substance abuse issue, a public safety issue, and a public health issue. If we are to uplift local working families, if our goal is to truly make it possible for local working families to do more than just survive in the state of Hawaii, then it is imperative that HB 2510 HD1 be amended to reflect the language of SB 2018 and its timeframe, or be done away with in its entirety. It's for these reasons that we oppose HB 2510 HD1. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We're available for questions.
Thank you. Next up is Hawaii Food Industry Association.
Thank you, Chair. We will stand on our written comments and be available for questions. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. National Federation of Independent Business.
Aloha, my name is Melissa Pavlicek. I'm here today on behalf of National Federation of Independent Business in Hawaii. Hawaii's smallest employers are the least able to adapt to the minimum wage in this bill, as well as being discussed, and we stand on our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. United Here, Local 5.
Aloha, my name is Jolie Tokusato. I represent Unite Here Local 5. We have 12,000 hotel, healthcare, and food service workers throughout the state. I just want to put in, we have written testimony, and I wanted to put in my 2 cents. Most of our people make at least double, and in some cases triple, the minimum wage, the current minimum wage. And we have paid medical, we have pension, we have meals paid for at work and uniforms. And yet we went on a 51-day strike in 2018 in order to, one of the things we fought for was to get subcontracted workers up to the union standard. So, you know, I believe it's our legislators' responsibility to take care of the most vulnerable citizens in Hawaii. And one of the things we have to do is make sure that they have the basic necessities. And this bill, you have to survive on $10.10 an hour for another year, and then the incremental increases to $18 in 2030. That is just not, that's not adequate. And not only that, the amendments to this bill that addresses the increases after 2030, it's not tied to inflation. It's actually tied to whatever the employers want to give to the workers in Hawaii, and then they're going to look at that and say, okay, based on what they got in the last 3 years, we're going to pay on another increase. That's just ridiculous in my opinion. So, you know, I'm just asking that you folks please give people the minimum good living wage and tie it to inflation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our Revolution Hawaii. Not present. Next up is Maui Chamber of Commerce.
Aloha, Vice Chair Yamashita. While we prefer this bill to Senate Bill 2018, as it is a more comprehensive solution and staggers the increase further out, which allows businesses to contribute more, we do oppose having the DLIR annually adjust the rates each year beginning in 2030, as it doesn't give businesses time to plan for rate increases or reflect business realities at that time. We hear everybody, and we understand that many oppose this bill because they think the proposed rates are too low and people are struggling. And they refer to the DBED study on self-sufficiency income standards, which says you need to make $19 an hour to be self-sufficient as a single adult. However, the study reflects a condition that's connected to Hawaii's cost of the living wage, which is very different from a minimum wage. And we are different from other states in the nation, given our higher costs of doing business. And those who are worried about rising costs need to understand that a wage increase gets passed on, which is going to further increase the cost of needed products and services. And quite frankly, we simply do not have enough housing right now to house all in need. We agree that many residents are struggling, our workers are struggling, our businesses are struggling, and that we have to find new solutions to address this. And we feel that government has in its purview many responsibilities that connect with our high living wage, including, and most prominently, affordable housing and rentals. The number one complaint that we hear across the state from residents, and which chambers across our state are very concerned with. In addition to that, taxes, transportation, and more. And so it's really imperative that we look at other ways of doing things and find new solutions. The burden should not wholly be placed on businesses who are always struggling to keep up with Hawaii's high cost of doing business and still recovering from 2020 and 21. Instead, government should partner with businesses and the community to create new solutions to reduce our high living wage costs. And we ask that you continue to look at broad solutions and support solutions that are more holistic in approach. Mahalo nui loa for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. Trevor Abrazua with Chamber of Commerce Hawaii. We submitted written testimony expressing concerns on certain portions of the bill, and specifically on the level of the minimum wage that goes up to by 2030, the $18 mark, and also indexing it after that mark. We do applaud the committee for hearing this bill, which takes a broader approach in addressing the needs of Hawaii's working families. And this bill includes many components that we do support, including making the earned income tax credit refundable and permanent, and also increasing the tip credit. The Chamber of Commerce Hawaii does support a minimum wage increase, and we have in past sessions, and the business community does see the urge to help families that are struggling. And while there's consensus across the board that there needs to be a minimum wage increase now, we just have concerns about the enactment of the $18 mark by 2030. Based on feedback we did receive from the House Committee on Labor and Tourism, we're going to be conducting a second survey with other island chambers and other associations on specifically HB 2510, and we'll be receiving those results on March 7th, and happy to share with all the members of the committee and the legislature. But thank you for the time and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Will Caron, individual in opposition.
Aloha, Vice Chair, committee members, Will Caron, testifying as an individual. Although I support some of the provisions in this bill, I respectfully must continue to oppose it in its current form. And the main reason is just because $18 by 2030 is simply too slow. As you've heard, a single adult with no children already needs more than $19 an hour just to barely make ends meet in Hawaii today. And this bill would only get workers to $18 by 2030. That's simply too slow. By 2026, HB 2510 would put workers at $14 an hour, which is almost the exact equivalent of where workers were left in 2018 with a $10.10 wage. That is to say, more than $7 short of a living wage. Hawaii's low-wage workers can't afford to keep treading water. It's absolutely imperative that we reach $18 an hour by 2026 if working families are to find the economic relief that this legislature has promised to provide. Even this will be short of a true living wage, but it will put tens of thousands of working families closer to self-sufficiency than they've been in decades. Anything less than 18 by 2026 is simply too slow to achieve this outcome. An $18 by 2026 wage would put more than $16,000 per year in the pockets of minimum wage workers than they're getting now. Other low-wage workers would see smaller but still significant annual take-home pay. There is no other policy that is capable of making such a life-changing impact for these families. For that 78% wage increase, we can expect to see price increases in just the 1% to 3% range. That's definitely manageable when you're getting $16,000 more per year. Despite what a single thoroughly debunked, highly problematic study from the University of Washington appears to show about job loss, there's really no evidence to suggest that an $18 by 2026 minimum wage increase would be too much for businesses to handle without widespread layoffs. Most job reduction would come from the fact that workers would no longer have to work their second or third job because they'd finally be earning enough on one. The Senate has handed the House a clean $18 by 2026 bill. The House should immediately agree to the language in SB 2018 and pass it on to the governor for signature. This would send a clear signal to Hawaii that the State House and its leadership are truly on the side of the people. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Margaret Williams, individual in
Margaret
opposition. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. I think that this bill is absolutely shameful. It's disgraceful, and it's totally inadequate. And I urge the House members to support Senate Bill 2018. These are our essential workers. These are the people that are now exiting this state because they're of the low minimum wage. I'm a member of the Chamber of Commerce. The survey that's sent out is biased. It does not provide for those employers that would support a minimum wage sooner. I'm on the Hawaii County Democratic Party has unanimously passed a request that for $18 an hour starting 2023. I'm also chair of the platform committee for the Hawaii County Democratic Party, and we are recommending that start at $15 an hour, which would be consistent by 2023, which would be consistent with the Senate bill. This is all of those who consider themselves Democrats. This is why we lost the low-income workers, whether it's to Trump or those that are discarded and not paid attention to. And it is time to do something for the workers. It's if you bring in $18 an hour, you take home about 15. These are not livable wages. And I urge you to get real. I really find all of the testimony and the hurt here and the hurt there. We've been bending over backwards. I'm a small business employer. I know many and support that an adequate wage, and that's how we have workers here. And otherwise our state just goes, and you continually meet employers saying, well, there's no workers here. There's no workers here. Well, we better bring up the minimum wage, and please don't pass this shameful bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Anthony Samuels.
Aloha, Representative Silva Luke and Representative Kyle Yamashita. My name is Anthony Samuels, and I oppose HB 2510 relating to income. I am 61 years old, and 2030 is for me is to wait to the minimum wages to increase to 18. I'm making minimum wage right now, currently being part-time. An increase on an immediate basis would help me to live more comfortably. I would like to see the increase in minimum wage by $18 by 2026 as opposed to 2030. For individuals to have an increase of $1 a year to reach $18 by 2030 is not practical. So please oppose HB 2510. Mahalo and aloha, Tony.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Shannon Matson.
Aloha, chairs and committee members. My name is Shannon Matson. I am testifying here from the Big Island, the east side of the Big Island. I have been a small business owner and manager in downtown Hilo area off and on for the last almost 2 decades now. And I am here to testify in opposition to this bill and in strong support of SB 2018. I believe that the rhetoric you hear surrounding small business owners' concern, while valid, is fear-based. It's not accurate. I believe that overall our businesses will continue to thrive. Our small businesses will continue to thrive. I believe that the larger businesses that really are the ones that are systemically underpaying our employees will be able to make ends meet with very little change to their bottom line. I believe this is really honestly too little too late in this bill, and that there needs to be a much stronger, much faster way to get our workers here up to that $18 per hour or even beyond. I think that 18 is really just a starting point. This past weekend, I helped work on our Hawaii Island Democratic proposed platform for Hawaii County Dems. And we were all in agreement that we want to see $15 per hour minimum wage increase by January 1st, 2023. And we're recommending every year thereafter an increase by $1 per hour, continuing on pretty much indefinitely based on the continued rising cost of living and other costs that our workers are facing. Hopefully you guys will reconsider passing this bill today and instead be in support of the Senate bill, which there's already broad support for and has already passed through the Senate. Thank you all so much for your time, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Members, that's all that signed up to testify. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, members, we're going to move on to House Bill 2218 relating to the Frank T. Okimoto Reef Runway. There's nobody that signed up to testify on this measure. We'll move on to the next one, House Bill 2245, relating to State Highway Enforcement Program surcharge. First up is Department of Transportation.
Aloha, Vice Chair. We stand on our submitted written testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Tax Foundation of Hawaii.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika for Tax Foundation. We'll stand on our written testimony, providing comments and be able to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Members, that's all that has signed up to testify. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next measure relating to peer-to-peer car sharing insurance requirements. First up is State of Hawaii Dcca Insurance Division. Colin Hayashida.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Colin Hayashida, Insurance Commissioner for the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. The department would like to stand on its written testimony, offering comments on the bill. And I would also just like to mention that we respectfully request an amendment to Section 2, page 7, lines 8 to 12. And this is regarding making primary to any personal motor vehicle coverage the shared car driver may have. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, Department of Transportation. Director Putai.
Mahalo, Vice Chair. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you very much. Next up is Turo.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair Yamashita, members of the committee. I'm Tammy Bowie on behalf of Turo, and we have submitted written testimony with comments for your consideration. I did want to be able to speak to a few additional points. This bill currently has language with higher insurance coverage similar to TNCs like Ubers and Lyfts at $1 million. However, our business as a peer-to-peer car sharing platform is completely different. TNCs have this $1 million requirement that only applies for when a for-hire driver is driving a paying passenger, which is never the case with peer-to-peer car sharing, where in our circumstance, a guest books a car and then drives themselves. So this is reflected in the significantly lower coverage requirements in effect when a TNC car is not in use with a paying passenger in the car. In analogous circumstances, such as rental car companies and individual car drivers, they are not required to carry coverage higher than the state minimums, only the minimum. And to date, no one has produced any evidence to show that peer-to-peer cars are less safe than rental cars or personal cars used in any state or territory where we operate. There is no evidence of increased claims or increased payouts for peer-to-peer car sharing. And all of these cars are already being used on the road in Hawaii. There is no factual or policy basis for the assumption that somehow using a car on a peer-to-peer platform is any greater risk than a driver driving a rental car or a car from Hawaii car owner allowing a family or a family member or a friend to use it. We do completely understand that peer-to-peer may be unfamiliar, but just because it is unfamiliar, we ask that, that this does not make driving a car on peer-to-peer more unsafe, and that we hope that this unfamiliarity should not lead to unfair burdens placed on a new industry, which is why we ask that peer-to-peer car sharing not be held to a different standard, and that if minimums are increased in this bill, they should apply to rental car companies as well. Finally, we do understand there may be a desire to create a baseline of coverage to ensure proper protections are in place in the marketplace, and we would like to share that in 19 states that have passed peer-to-peer laws, they do not require us to carry higher than state minimums. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you. Next up, Hawaii Insurers Council. Allison.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Allison Uyoka for Hawaii Insurers Council. We stand on our testimony in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Association of for Justice.
Aloha, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Evan Oya again on behalf of Hawaii Association for Justice. We stand on our written testimony in support. We did want to note that we support this measure as it mandates the minimum amount of insurance coverage for car sharing for peer-to-peer car sharing platforms be no less than $1 million. We look forward to working with all the insurance stakeholders and peer-to-peer industry on this issue. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. We'll be available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Get Around. two testifiers.
Aloha, Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the Committee on Finance. Mahalo for the opportunity to comment on House Bill 1619. My name is Soledad Roybal, and I am a Public Policy Manager with Get Around. And we have submitted written testimony for your consideration. I'm happy to answer questions, but I want to make sure everyone knows that Get Around is a fully digital and contactless car sharing marketplace, and we've recently started to operate in Hawaii. Our company uses patented technology to connect safe, convenient, and affordable cars with people who need them by the hour or the day to live and work, allowing guests to book a wide variety of vehicles directly from our app without ever having to meet anyone in person. They don't have to carry an access card or wait in line or coordinate picking up keys. Peer-to-peer car sharing is very different than the TNC model of Uber and Lyft, as Tammy Bowie just said. Under the TNC model, riders enter vehicles being driven by strangers who drive them to a location that may be unknown by the driver. By contrast, a Get Around guest begins a trip by locating and unlocking an unoccupied parked car that they have booked, which they will drive to the location of their choosing. In addition, to date, there has been no evidence that peer-to-peer car sharing is any riskier than a rental car, let alone requiring insurance coverage of 10 times higher. Further, we've testified before that we have significant concerns about this bill, including failure to expressly exempt shared car owners and car sharing platforms from vicarious liability, creating an unworkable and inconsistent framework through the definition of car sharing termination time, extending obligations far beyond the intent of the legislation, and prohibiting surplus line insurers from providing the required coverage. Get Around is excited to be operating in your communities, and we hope that, like other parts of the country, our service will make Kama'aina lives better. We also hope that with Get Around, local owners can earn extra income by sharing their cars as opposed to just leaving them idle. Unfortunately, the reality is that if the bill, as currently drafted, becomes law, operating Hawaii may well be economically unfeasible, depriving Kama'aina of an opportunity to both earn extra income and have an accessible, flexible transportation option. I look forward to continuing this discussion with you and your colleagues and finding the best solutions for all stakeholders. Mahalo for your consideration of my testimony.
Okay, thank you very much, Keikoa McLennan.
Aloha, Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the Committee on Finance. Thank you so much for this opportunity to provide some very brief testimony, offering comments on this measure. Respectfully, we would request that you defer this measure. Your committee did take up a very similar measure last week in HB 1971, which did move, and the measure's counterpart, SB 2444, is moving and will be a viable vehicle for discussion. Most specifically, though, there is a large difference between a get-around type platform, a booking platform, if you will, that allows local people like me or you to put cars that we're not using while we're sitting at work or while we're at home, not adding cars to our streets, but using the cars that Kama'aina families already have to earn an extra income. There is a marked difference between we ourselves getting in the back of a car or renting a car for personal use, and the nature of Get Around and the hourly component that is available for us, for you and I, for people that live here, not just to earn an extra income, but perhaps not have an extra car and to reduce stress on our already crowded roadways, really does provide a unique amenity that we believe is in the best interest of Kama'ainas. And obviously, the insurance companies and plaintiffs' attorneys have a vested interest in increased insurance minimums. And I'm proud that at Get Around, every vehicle is insured from end to end at limits that already exceed the state's minimums. Thank you very much for this opportunity to provide some colorful testimony, Vice Chair. But we think this is a good conversation, and we're very hopeful that you'll consider these thoughts as you address this measure. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you very much. Members, any questions of the testifiers? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1415 HD2 relating to threat assessment. First up is Department of Education. Randy Tanaka. Having lunch? No, I'm kidding. Okay, next up is State of Hawaii Department of Defense.
Aloha, Patricia Giklin, Program Manager with the Hawaii State Fusion Center. On behalf of the State of Hawaii Department of Defense, we'll stand on our testimony and support. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, that's all the testifiers. Members, any questions of the testifier? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1745 HD1, appropriating funds to support the Hawaii Food Bank. First up is the Office of Community Services.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the House Finance Committee. Giovanni Dela Cruz, the Executive Director of the Office of Community Services. We have submitted our written testimony in strong support of the measure. Therefore, I will not read the written lead to this distinguished committee. However, I would just like to highlight a couple of things, Vice Chair. First, that the Office of Community Services stand ready to administer this program should it get funded. It is a very important program to address the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly to the economically disadvantaged population in our state, which is one of the core constituency of the office. It is one of the group of individuals that we serve here at the Office of Community Services. And secondly, I do hope that this August committee will support the amendment made by the Committee on Pandemic and Disaster Preparedness and the Committee on Health, Human Services and Homelessness, which is to include the Office of Community Services and the organization that will receive a minimal amount of admin funding from this grant should it be passed. OCS recognized the importance that we allocate as much funding as possible for the food purchase portion of this program. And lastly, thank you, Vice Chair, for the opportunity to testify on this important measure, and that I am available for questions and answer them to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Hawaii Food Bank.
Aloha, Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Amy Marvin, and I'm the President and CEO of Hawaii Food Bank. I'm here to testify in strong support of House Bill 1745. I'd like to stand on my written testimony and just highlight that food insecurity remains extremely high across our state. 1 in 6 Hawaii residents will struggle with hunger this year, including 82,000 children, and Hawaii has the second highest rate of child food insecurity in the United States. At Hawaii Food Bank, we are still serving about 50% more people in 2021 than we did prior to the pandemic and distributing about twice as much food. We've been able to meet this increased need due to a major increase in federal funds and philanthropy. However, support from the state will help mightily to ensure that we can continue to meet the needs of our community, ensure that nobody in our state goes hungry. Already, federal commodity distributions to Hawaii have decreased substantially over the past year, and philanthropic support, while still higher than prior to the pandemic, has declined as well. House Bill 1745 will provide crucial operational support to Hawaii's food banks and ensure we can continue to provide healthy, nutritious food to those we serve. Mahalo for your consideration.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Upolu Initiatives. Micah Monikata.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yamashita, Chair Luke, members of the Finance Committee. Micah Monikata on behalf of the Upolu Initiative. We'd like to stand on our testimony in strong support of this measure. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, Aloha Care.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chair Luke. Peggy Mirzwa from Aloha Care will stand on our written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you very much for hearing it.
Thank you. Hawaii Food Bank, Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. Ryan Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. We'll stand on a written testimony in support.
Okay, next up is Hawaii Industry Association, Hawaii Food Industry Association.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We will stand on our strong support of this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers. Members, any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1497 HD1 relating to invasive species. First up is DLNR. David Smith.
Aloha, Vice Chair Yamashita, Chair Luke, and committee members. I'm Marigold Sal on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We stand on our written testimony, appreciating the intent and offering comments on the measure, and I'm available for questions if you have any. Mahalo.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Lexi Salado, individual in support.
Good afternoon, Chair Sylvia Luke, Vice Chair Carl T. Yamashita, and members of the committee. My name is Lexi Sliado. I am a sixth grader at Waianae Elementary School, and I am here to testify in strong support of funding House Bill 1497 relating to invasive species. I care about this bill because this is a problem happening in my community. I know many people that live in Waianae Valley who will be affected by this if these invasive species don't get cleared. I also know many people who have helped me out, so now it is my turn to do the same. I am in strong support of funding this bill because these invasive species can and will take over the Waianae aquifers. They won't be able to get recharged. If aquifers can't get recharged, this will cause flooding and major damage to the residents of Waianae Valley when it storms. This could also cause flooding to the school, and then we won't be able to learn. Another reason why I strongly support the funding of House Bill 1497 is because if the albizia tree doesn't get cut down, it could damage houses and it could also block the stream, leading to once again flooding. This tree can grow up to 15 feet a year. Branches can fall without any warning because it is so brittle. This can hurt others because we won't know when branches fall. In Waianae Valley, many residents do kalo farming, and this is another reason why I strongly encourage the funding of the bill to go through. With all the flooding that will be caused, it can damage a lot of the lo'i patches, and kalo farming is something that is very important to us. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Have a great day. Mahalo.
Thank you. Are you testifying in your classroom? You did a good job. Thank you very much. Okay, members, that's all the testifiers we have. Any questions of the testifiers? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill. House Bill 1840 HD1 relating to district boundary amendments. First up is the Land Use Commission.
Thank you, Chair Yamashita, members of the committee. Daniel R. Danker, I'm Executive Officer for the Land Use Commission. We remain opposed to this bill for the reasons set forth in our testimony. I'd just like to point out a couple of things that if there is any question as to the extent or impact of this measure, we've done some mapping, which we'd be more than happy to share with any of the representatives that so desire. And the impact of this bill on the Big Island and Maui County would be a quadrupling of the acreage available for urban classification, some of which is not anywhere connected to infrastructure or any other roadways or water uses. If this measure is to move forward, we strongly suggest that the additional language that we submitted in our testimony be added to the bill to protect the community and to protect the state and the counties from excessive infrastructure costs. If such a district boundary amendment were to occur. And thank you for your hard work, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. Earl Yamamoto for the Department of Agriculture. Wishing to stand on its testimony with concerns. We would like our prime agricultural lands to be excluded from the effect of this measure. Prime meaning A and B rated lands, as well as those agricultural lands that are designated as important agricultural lands. I'll be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Okay, good afternoon, Vice Chair and members. Rodney Funakoshi from the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. OPSD stands on its written testimony in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Agriculture, Mars Mata. Are you guys done? Okay, Thank you. Next up is Department of Planning and County of Maui.
Aloha Chair, committee members. This is Michelle, the Planning Director for Maui County. We stand behind our written testimony and also stand in concert with the County of Hawaii and their legal counsel. We believe the current process that allows the counties to approve district boundary amendments up to 15 acres can easily be amended to increase that to 50 acres, following the same controls that Maui County and the Big Island have used for decades. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next up is County of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Zendo Curran here, Planning Director for Hawaii County. Thank you for the opportunity. We do stand by our written testimony. I'd like to expand a little bit. As far as you all know, that we're in a crisis for affordable housing. And this would really help us as counties, give us a tool to be able to react to this process and be able to respond to this process. What we do here from a planning perspective is based on planning principles, based on a general plan, based on community development plans. So when we see growth occur or a project, it has to meet that criteria. When a state land use boundary amendment is going forward, it's usually going forward with a change of zone. And we do have conditions attached to those. We do send out requests for all the agencies and whether there need to be road infrastructure, water infrastructure, all of that is considered within our requests. We also send out to state agencies as well. And so we put that in as conditions that would follow with that land. So this concept of allowing this, that it's going to kind of go and haphazardly occur, really isn't the case. It would really be grounded in sound planning principles in our urban areas. And it's, I think, you know, another safeguard is that this is for affordable housing, up to the 60% affordable housing projects. I think that's a good step in the right direction. As my counterpart, Michelle, mentioned that we've had this process since the early 80s and we've administered it quite well. We haven't had cases around it. We've shown that we're responsible in administering that and we continue to do so. So what we're doing here is really asking for your help. Please help us. Please give us a tool to allow us to respond to the crisis that we're in. Thank you very much and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Sierra Club of Hawaii.
Good afternoon. Oh, there you go. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Wayne Tanaka with the Sierra Club of Hawaii. We are in opposition to this bill. I don't want to take up too much of your time, and you're probably aware of the perspectives on both sides of this longstanding conversation. I just like to urge you to consider, the actual data, the concrete information that's been presented, including that in our testimony. The Land Use Commission process does not delay affordable housing development timelines. It might require meaningful input and conditions that can prevent permanent harm to natural and cultural resources and practices to the extent practicable from larger scale developments. But the data really shows, first, there are tens of thousands of housing units that have been approved by the Land Use Commission that haven't been built. And there hasn't been an affordable housing application that wasn't approved within the strict timelines set in statute. And so with that, we just respectfully urge your committee to hold this measure, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. While we recognize the need for and support affordable housing, we respectfully oppose this measure. Again, agricultural land should be used for agricultural production. Constant additional uses are being proposed for agriculture. We already deal with many permissible uses. So we just want to protect our productive agricultural lands for ag production so we can achieve our food production and our agriculture goals. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Grassroots Institute of Hawaii.
Aloha, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ted Kafalis with the Grassroot Institute. We'd also like to offer our comments on HB 1840. We stand on our written testimony that this bill would streamline the decision-making process. However, we are concerned that the bill includes unnecessary limitations like the 60% inclusionary zoning requirement for the development of affordable housing. Our research shows that housing markets like Maui that have a 50% inclusionary zoning requirement it's nearly impossible to make a profit building housing without a government subsidy. As that requirement goes up to 60% and more, it becomes even less feasible to build new housing. UHERO has also previously noted that inclusionary zoning reduces incentives for developers to promote all forms of housing and will reduce the overall supply of housing units and increase the price of housing. We need to find ways that spur developers to increase our housing supply rather than placing handcuffs on new developments that will deter them away. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Next up is Bia Hawaii. Start with you, and then County Hawaii, you can answer this question also. You know, many times when these types of developments happen throughout the state, whether it be this the 15 or any kind of development, one of the things that has become very apparent to me is that the counties do not consider the impact of schools to the state. They consider elementary schools, but they never consider clustering development that'll support a middle school and high school, and even on the neighbor islands, even medical services near those types of things where our community hospitals are an issue. On the Big Island, school buses are a big issue because of the distance from certain developments. And I just want your comments as far as, you know, how would this issue for the state be considered in this measure? Everybody sign off already? Okay, that's all right.
Is that a question for? I apologize.
Michelle, you can answer the question.
Oh, okay. Well, when we have applications for projects, we send them to agencies for review and comment. Yeah. And we receive comments from, for example, the Department of Education. We pose their comments as project conditions. Oftentimes, they just say the developer has to enter into an impact fee user or something like that.
Right.
So we translate those requirements.
Okay. But you know that still doesn't resolve the issue. Many times what happens is they only build or take into account elementary schools, and they never take into account middle and high schools. Our shortage throughout the whole state right now is all middle schools and high schools. And it's because I think poor planning. And my fear is this type of provision is only going to make it worse. Any comment?
Well, I would like to reach out to DOE to find out how we can bridge that gap, because we rely on their planners to let us know what their needs are. So if we're not getting that feedback, then I'm happy to talk with them to see if we can get better feedback to ensure that those needs are met.
Yeah, on Maui, the perfect example is Keiki High School. If it was well planned, there would actually be more development there to support the high school. I don't believe the population will be enough. We're building it already, but the point is that it should have been more well thought out. Anyway, I'll just move on. Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the final bill on the agenda relating to coastal erosion. DLNR, OCCL.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. Michael Kane, Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands. On behalf of DLNR, we've submitted written comments. We stand by those comments, and I am ready for any questions afterwards.
Thank you very much. That's the only testifier we have on this measure. Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to recess.
Vice Chair, I have a quick question.
Sure. Representative Pelosi.
Yep.
So I guess it's for DLNR, but you know, much of the literature around living shorelines and using that kind of approach to erosion and sea level rise talks about the ineffectiveness of living shorelines when you have high energy waves. So have you folks looked at research that's been done in other areas that face the same kinds of conditions prior to, you know, asking for this research study? Talks about the ineffectiveness of living shorelines when you have high energy waves. So have you folks looked at research that's been done in other areas that face the same kinds of conditions prior to, you know, asking for this research study?
So the power of the ocean on the North Shore is unique. There's not many developed places in the world that face that kind of power. So no, I'm not aware of any studies for living shorelines in this type of area. In terms of asking for the study, we always appreciate knowledge. It always helps. Our actually wish was this study focused more on adaptation and management, as we feel we do know the effects.
Right.
But the university is interested in this study, and like I said, the knowledge will help us. I just also feel like I want more.
Okay, and to be clear, the current structures that are in place, the burritos out on the North Shore, the study would require that they stay in place for the duration of the study?
I don't think so. I would hope not. Not the way I read the bill, no, it would not require them to.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to recess till about 1 o'clock, and then we'll have decision making and move into the next agenda. Recess.
Good afternoon, Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision making on our 11 a.m. agenda. We wanted to thank the members and testifiers for your patience. First up, it is House Bill 2511, House Draft 1. We are just verifying some of the amendments that has been proposed. So this will be deferred until Thursday, end of calendar. The next bill is House Bill 1690, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2, effecting the effective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? Not feasible.
Okay, members voting on House Bill 1690 HD1 with amendments. Chair votes aye, Vice Chair votes aye. Representative Bronco. Aye. Eli.
Aye.
Holt. Excuse Iligan. Aye. Kobayashi.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Ishimoto. Aye. Caruso.
Aye.
Sayama. Aye. Tam. Aye. Todd. Excuse Wildberger.
Aye.
McDermott. Excuse. Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1692. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, members voting on House Bill 1692 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Holt, Todd, and McDermott.
Well, McDermott is here.
Okay, McDermott's here now. Okay. Noting the excused absence of Representative Todd and Representative Holt, that will be throughout this agenda unless noted. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1883, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take a vote.
Okay, members voting on House Bill 1883, House Draft 1 as is. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1965, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2 with the concurrence of the Judiciary Chair. Will be incorporating the prosecutors and the AG's office amendments and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 1965 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2085. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 2085 as is. Any reservations? No's?
No. McDermott, no.
No for McDermott, noted. Any others? All others vote aye. Adopt.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1432, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 1432 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1691, House Draft 2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 1691, House Draft 2 as is. Any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you very much. Next up is House Bill 1747, House Draft 1 with the concurrence of the CPC Chair. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2, incorporating the Plumbers Union Amendment, expanding the consult to other industry individuals with that and other technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 1747 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2482, House Draft 2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 2482 HD2 as is. Any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1789, House Draft 2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
House Bill 1789, House Draft 2 as is. Any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2510, House Draft 1. This will be deferred until Thursday, end of calendar. Next up is House Bill 2218. Recommendation is to pass as a HD1, defecting the effective date and technical non-substantive changes. discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 2218 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Noes? Adopted.
Thank you. Next. Oh, yeah, 1619.
2246.
House Bill 2246, House Draft 1, recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 2246 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations?
Reservations, McDermott.
Noted. Any other Any other reservations? Noes? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1619, House Draft 2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote. Representative Caruso.
I'll be voting with reservations. I am concerned about the communication I've been receiving from community members about who participate in this.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion?
Reservations, Kobayashi.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion?
Chair, reservations for Wildberger, please.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Representative Tam, reservations. Any other discussion? If not, can you take the rest of the vote?
That is right.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay, House Bill 1619 HD2 as is, noting the reservations for Kobayashi, Caruso, Tam, and Wahlberger. Are there any others? Hope and Todd excuse. All of this vote aye.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1415, House Draft 2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Yeah, House Bill 1415 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? No.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1745, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
House Bill 1745 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations or no's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1497, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 1497 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1840, House Draft 1. This will be deferred until end of calendar Thursday. Next up is House Bill 2229, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Chair.
Yes.
So noting that a house fell into the ocean yesterday that was adjacent to the use of some of these sand breeders, I'm going to be voting a hard no on this because I don't think it's a question of whether or not these mechanisms work or that if hardening works at all on those shorelines.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion?
Note my reservations, please.
Thank you very much, Representative Wahlberger. Representative Sayama. Representative
Kobayashi.
Sayama.
Reservations.
Reservation for Sayama. Kobayashi, please.
Reservations. I think a 2-year study is not worth doing at this time. A two-week study would be more acceptable.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Representative Martin.
Reservations is not.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? If not, please, Representative Tam.
Reservations.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 2229 HD1 as is. Noting the reservations for Kobayashi, Martin, Sayama, Tam, and Wahlberger, and the no vote, the hard no vote for Caruso. And are there any other? All of this vote aye.
Thank you very much. That will conclude Agenda 1 at 11 o'clock. For Agenda 2, don't go anywhere because we're going to take one bill out of order and we will consider that bill and then vote on that bill only because I think the language interpreter has been requested for that bill and we don't want the ASL interpreter to stay for the whole hearing since her time is limited as well. So thank you very much. So that would be House Bill 1419, House Draft 1. We will be taking that bill out of order with the members' indulgence. So first up, it is Dcca, Mr. Kirby Shaw.
Aloha. Good afternoon to the Committee on House Finance and Chair Luke, as well as Vice Chair Yamashita. Committee members, thank you. I apologize that Kirby Shaw is not available to be here to provide testimony. For this bill, it's very important that we have a working group to work in collaboration with ETS, Enterprise Technology Services. It's important to recognize that people need access to the internet, websites, printers, etc. ETS is the agency which should be leading the establishment standards for disability access. DCAB is available for any questions. Thank you so much for your time and allowing me to provide testimony.
Thank you very much. Next up is National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii.
Thank you, Chair Luke and Vice Chair and members. James Gashel here testifying for National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii. It's a very important bill. We really hope you pass it. It, in addition to being a technology bill, of course, it's kind of a 21st century civil rights bill for people who don't have access, but will have access because of this bill. Mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gashel. Next up, it is Virgil Stinnett. Not here. If not, Katie Kim. Not here. Okay, that's all the testifiers who signed up to testify on Zoom. If not, questions, members?
Good.
Okay, with no questions, if we can go right into the vote of this. Let's see where. We're just gathering members so that we can vote on this bill. Thank you to the testifiers for your patience. Okay, so for House Bill 1419, House Draft 1, recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, members, we are voting on House Bill 1419 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Chair votes aye. Vice Chair votes aye. Representative Bronco, aye. Eli.
Aye.
Holt is excused. Iligan is excused. Kobayashi.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nishimoto. Aye. Caruso.
Aye.
Sayama.
Aye.
Tam.
Aye.
Todd is excused. Wildberger.
Aye.
McDermott.
Yes.
Measure is adopted.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your interpretive services as well. And so with that, the testifiers and the interpreter for House Bill 1419 can be excused from the hearing since we have already finished our decision making.
Chair, what about the first one? Isn't that also relevant to that?
They did not request the interpretive services for that one. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. So with that, let's move on to the first bill, House Bill 1945, House Draft 1, those who signed up to testify is DHS.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, and committee members. My name is Maureen Bates, and I'm with Division of Vocational Rehabilitation in the Department of Human Services. And the department stands on the testimony, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Mr. Gasho, National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii.
Thank you, Chair Luke and Vice Chair Yamashita. Thank you, members. I'm going to stand on our written testimony, but also pointing out that National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii has submitted a proposed amendment, really responding to concerns that DHS has. The effect of this amendment would be to have a planning year in this bill, which would take effect when the bill is signed and be the first year of a 3-year bill. And this bill sunsets June 30, 2025. So could have 2 years of service. So this bill would have a 1-year planning, 2 years service, and DHS would be responsible for leading the planning and figuring out how best to coordinate this program with existing programs. Mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Virgil Stinnett. I don't think he was here. Katie Kim, I don't think she was there. Okay, that's all the testifiers. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1798. First up, it is Queens Health Systems.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, JC Mike Yelanek on behalf of the Queens Health Systems. We'll stand on a written testimony, but really wanted to extend our sincere mahalo to all of you in the legislature who have supported Queens so much throughout this COVID-19 pandemic. And we are very appreciative of you considering this bill, which will go a long way to helping us fulfill our desires to build out our campuses here at Punch Bowl as well as at West. So here to answer any questions, but just wanted to say mahalo for hearing this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1954. First up, it is DLNR Seaworm.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. The Kaleo Manuel, Deputy with Water Commission, we stand on our written testimony, appreciating the intent and offering some amendments just to highlight, while the bill, we assume that the language already is inclusive of this and how the funds can be used. We just wanted to include outreach, education, and water conservation as an explicit function in dealing with this crisis as something that could be, the funding could be used for. So we just recommend that friendly amendment. Thank you. Here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up is Board of Water Supply.
Aloha, Chair Lu, Vice Chair Yamashita, and members of the committee. My name is Kathy Mitchell. I'm testifying Board of Water Supply for Manager-in-Chief Engineer Ernie Lau, and we stand on our testimony in strong support. And we express our appreciation in the legislative's leadership in this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1548. First up, it is University of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita. This is Chair Hedges, Dean of the Johnny Burns School of Medicine. We stand on a written testimony, but are here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Psychiatric Medical Association. Thank you. Next up is Queens Health.
Hello, Chair JC Mike Yelanek for Queens Health Systems. We'll stand on our written testimony in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1550. First up, it is Dean Hedges.
Yes. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak for the committee. We wish to stand on a written testimony which outlines the importance of having a special fund designation so that we can be fully accountable were there investment in the graduate medical education programs by the state, and also to help us explain and advance the opportunities working with outside funders, including federal funders. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 2058. First up, it is Department of Health.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew Shim, Chief of the Family Health Services Division. Department of Health stands on its testimony, providing comments, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center.
Thank you, Chair Luke, for the opportunity, and thank you, Coach. Thank you so much. We will stand on our testimony, and we'll work with the legislature to see if we can keep this bill alive and try and find opportunities to increase vital funding for our emergency services here in the Waianae Coast. And we appreciate the opportunity to testify. Thank you. And we're here for any questions.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1579. First up, it is Department of Health, Behavioral Health Administration.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, members of the committee. My name is Marianne Suji. I'm with the Department of Health. As indicated in the testimony, we did submit a report subsequent to Act 212 being passed last session. We'd like to point out that the transfer of Oahu region over to the Department of Health would cost at an estimated cost of $10.3 million, with ongoing annual transition costs, post-transition costs of $5 million. At best, it would take us until the end of 2024 for completion. So if the legislature chooses to continue with this structure, we would ask the committee to extend that extension date for the completion of the transition to the end of 2025. The report also indicated that there's a we could do a different kind of a structure with a quasi-association with the department, much as HST currently has with the department. With this structure, we could probably meet the deadline of 2023, and it would cost about $1.7 million for the transition, 1.4 post-transition. And all at the same time achieving the same goal. We'd also like to note that HB 1893, which would add the new Daniel Keakaka Veterans Home to the Oahu region, was not factored into these transition costs. And finally, the legislature could choose to leave Oahu region as is and provide them with a separate program ID at no cost. The department seeks further clarification from the legislature regarding its preferred structure, setting the transition deadline accordingly and appropriating funds as necessary. We appreciate the opportunity to testify and are available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is HHSC Oahu region. Mr. Sanada, you're muted.
Got it. Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, committee members. The Oahu regions does stand in its written testimony, but we do also note that the representations made by Ms. Suji are accurate as to the costs. The working group that was established pursuant to Act 212 did work tirelessly on this over the past year to try and put together what the plan of action may be and what the options are. But the costs did present quite a challenge, as well as the timeline. So again, in I guess, consistent with the comments by the committee, based on all of the information that was provided in our pro forma to the legislature. I'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1893. First up, it is Department of Health.
Thank you, Chair Luke. As with the previous testimony, we would like clarification in terms of the structure, but we are very much in support of Oahu Region having the Daniel Keakaka Veterans Home transferred over to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Department of Defense.
Aloha and good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, and committee members. Brigadier General Neil Mitsuyoshi, representing Major General Hara for the Department of Defense. Thank you for hearing House Bill 1893. The department stands on its written testimony and support. This is a very important bill for the successful operation of the Daniel Keakaka State Veterans Home, and more importantly for our Hawaii veterans. And we appreciate the opportunity to testify, and we'll be available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is DOD Office of Veteran Services.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, members of the committee. Thank you so very much. This home would not have come to fruition without the support of this committee. It is now 37% fully constructed. It is on target with all of its milestones. Again, thanks in part for this committee for their support. Unlike any other state facility, just some quick highlights. It does generate revenue, and we are projecting after the FY24 buildup with census and buildup of staffing, a projection of FY25 of $4 million and FY26 of over $6 million. And also in the out years continued at about that level. A good example is Ukiua Kutsu, the very first state veterans home. The first 2 or 3 years they were in the red. The last 10 years they've been in the black prior to the pandemic because their census rates were high and they continued to bring intake in of veterans. We also had a really quick meeting with the directors of Department of Health, Department of the County and General Services, Department of Defense, along with Hawaii Health Systems Corp, Oahu Region. And we all talked about some of the things that can be generated as a result of this home. We're looking forward to future meetings and a partnership to see this transition occur first with HHSC. And then we also had a final comment about the need to make sure that this home is moving forward with a contract staffing versus state civil service staffing. It's very much akin to what Ukiua Kutsu is under right now and how it was planned for back in 2007. I stand by for any questions. And again, thank you for your tremendous support to get us to this point.
Thank you very much. Next up is Oahu Region HHSC.
Again, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. As 1893, part of it echoes 1579, we'll stand in our same testimony as to the second portion. As it pertains to the veterans home, Colonel Han is very correct that we did have meetings with them, and the representations made to us look very promising as to the veterans home. So the Oahu region does support this aspect of the measure very strongly. We believe that it has a lot of promise, and based on those representations, we think that this partnership could do well for the community in the future and for our veterans. I'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1893. First up, we just did that, sorry. House Bill 2338. First up, it is Department of Health, Environmental Health Administration.
Department of Health stands on its written testimony and very much in favor of this bill, and I stand ready to answer any questions. We at the state laboratory are excited about the possibility of finally getting started with this DUI laboratory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Department of Transportation.
Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, members of the committee, the Department of Transportation is in support of the measure. And in the interest of time, we would like to stand on our written testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other, any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 2339. First up, it is Department of Health.
Sorry, this is the companion bill to 2338, and we at Department of Health similarly are stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Next up is Department of Transportation.
Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, members of the committee, the DOT is in support of the measure, and we would like to stand on our written testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1932. First up, it is DHS.
Aloha Chair Daisy Hartsfield, Social Services Division Administrator. On behalf of the department did submit testimony in support of the intent of the bill, provided comments. I have one correction to make, and that has to do with the website for our resource caregivers. It's rcg.hawaii.gov. So just that one correction. Otherwise, we stand by our testimony, and I'm available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next up is Kristin Atwood.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I've submitted written testimony on behalf of Binti. We stand on that written testimony that we submitted, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? That we already heard and voted on House Bill 1419, so we will move on to the next bill, House Bill 2260. First up, it is Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee. This is Keith Ridley on behalf of the Director of Health. Happy Mardi Gras to you all. Laissez le bon temps rouler. Let the good times roll. We'll stand on our written testimony, offering comments with a mix of support and opposition to the different aspects of this bill. And of the requested amendments that we included in this bill, we'd like to point out the one in particular that would request additional positions and appropriation. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaiian Ethos. Mr. Noah Phillips. Okay, if not, let's move on to Big Island Grow.
Aloha, good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Moore. I'm a pharmacist and CEO of Big Island Grown Dispensaries. Big Island Grown stands on its written testimony, but I would like to add that we encourage lawmakers to read the white paper recently published by well-respected economist Paul Brubaker. He provides an in-depth analysis of the factors that contribute to the profitability of a cannabis business operating in the state, such as 280E, compliance, and other state-imposed regulations. And this was also based on audited financials and state-collected dispensary data. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Aloha.
Thank you. Next up, it is Randy Gons.
Aloha, members of the committee. I'm testifying on behalf of the Hawaii Cannabis Industry Association. I serve as their executive director. We stand in strong support of this bill and this measure. We've collected over 500 pieces of supporting testimony from patients who visit our dispensaries that was submitted. We hope this testimony can make it to public record. This bill is extremely important at a very critical time for our industry. HICIA conducted the report with economist Paul Brubaker that all lawmakers should have a copy of. They received earlier this year. The industry has weathered COVID, is coming off our 5th year of operations, and should be starting to pick up some momentum. But unfortunately, according to the economic report, we're still seeing some regressions in many areas. In particularly, a large highlighted issue is patient access. With roughly 35,000 registered patients statewide, only 13,000 or less than half utilize our current dispensaries where medicine is tested and regulated. Additionally, we're seeing a tapering off of new registered patients who are utilizing the dispensary system. And it kind of paints a bleak outlook for the program moving forward that lawmakers really put together carefully years ago. So we are definitely in need of some of these changes outlined at HB 2260 to ensure this program is on its path to meet its legislative intent. There are 3 main provisions in this bill: expansion of retail locations. We believe this can assist in allowing access points to places that are underserved, where in some cases we have current patients having to drive 45 minutes to an hour just to receive medication. Second provision is increasing production limits for licensees. They are capped at certain production limits, and we think this can improve in a lot of different areas, whether providing variety of products, bringing down prices for patients and the like. And then lastly, allowing wholesale sales between licensees, which is a major part of this provision that we think should pass through. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We're available for some questions after the hearing. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up is Kiera Waialau Farm.
Aloha Committee on Finance. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Great.
Waialua.
Thank you.
Yep.
Wailua.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was spelled different on my chart.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here. I'm a voice for a lot of patients here on Hawaii for the 329 car patient program in Hawaii. I did submit some testimony, and I just kind of want to briefly go over a little bit of it here, not to waste too much time, but to stay under that 2 minutes, because I think it's super important as we're going to all be coming back to this over and over again with dispensaries and how things are happening and not happening. So I'm just going to read through this a little bit, and thank you for your patience. We also emailed over directly to both Representative Luke and Yamashita some opposing testimony that was same as Hawaii Conservation Alliance did. They sent out a JOT form to collect testimony through emails. So we thought that was kind of unfair that they were allowed to get that into record. So we started doing at our farm, having people fill out a JOT form, and we downloaded those and got them to you guys through email. It was a very large file. It was 105 testimony. We actually could have gotten 1,000 testimony if we really needed to oppose this bill. It's just time sensitive, of course. So I thank you for that. These patients that submitted testimony are folks that need the loudest voices. They are the underserved in the medical cannabis community and cannot afford their needed medicine at dispensaries. I oppose HB 2260. My name is Jason Hanley, and I'm the owner of Wailua Farm, the largest 329 patient cooperative farm in Hawaii with over 1,000 329 cardholder patients. The Committee on Finance has an opportunity today to vote no on this bill. We call on the legislature to conduct an audit of the dispensary program and its current status before moving forward on any further laws related to dispensaries, such as HB 2260. I am convinced that an audit of the program will show that dispensaries have failed to meet the needs of the medical patients and have overinflated the cost of cannabis, resulting in now over 70% of the 40,000 Hawaii 329 cardholders not able to afford dispensaries. This overinflation was identified as a concern in 2014 when the Sunrise Analysis Regulation of Medical Marijuana Dispensaries was written and conducted by the state auditor. We're now 8 years later. Patients of Hawaii are in a crisis and cannot afford their medicine. The purpose of creating dispensaries was to provide access to safe medicine, but it has prevented patients from affordable medicine. The cost of dispensaries to produce flowers is roughly $2 a gram and being sold at $17 a gram. In a state such as Colorado, having both medical and recreational cannabis, medical cannabis retails at $7 a gram and recreational retails at $15 a gram. An average medical cannabis patient uses between 3 to 6 ounces a month, and it would cost them $1,200 to $3,000 a month at Hawaii dispensaries. Hawaii dispensaries are charging recreational prices, refuse to lower their prices, and are being influenced by their shareholders, which are large investors and investments groups, which are profit-driven, not patient-driven. Dispensaries are also blaming cooperative farms and people who choose to grow their own cannabis for the decrease in dispensary visitation. Dispensaries have gone as far as put pressure on the Department of Health to expedite bills such as SB 89, limiting the number of patients that can be on a farm, as we saw in last session, HB 477. The bill did not pass last session, but may go into effect in December 2023 if not amended or replaced. Cooperative farms with more than one grower are drastically improving patients' lives and access to growing their own medicine, and have proven to provide a large capacity to Hawaii's 329 cardholders. Without cooperatives, over 5,000 patients would lose their access to medicine. A 2022 Hawaii News report just recently put out, funded by the Hawaii Dispensary Alliance, reported dispensaries are in peril and are close to economic ruin without the state granting dispensaries expansions, such as this bill right now. Data provided by the Department of Health show dispensaries are growing at roughly 12 to 50% a year, are not in peril as suggested, and that we also go against the Economist report as well. I also believe that an audit of the dispensary program would quickly give legislators the ability to understand what is going wrong and learn how a lot of states are now going to a cannabis system that allows for small and local businesses to obtain licenses to cultivate, manufacture, etc., which will provide a robust, equitable system for Hawaii. Hawaii cannot be equitable with only dispensaries in place. In the state of Maine, a population of 1.5 million like Hawaii, the cannabis system has been placed in the Department of Finance, and the Office of Marijuana Policy was developed. The Office of Marijuana Policy was a state paid member board with 15 paid representatives to establish and make informed decisions moving forward with policy. Maine quickly realized that the local businesses could provide a large taxation, which they provided almost $500 million in the last 5 years, local taxes, while providing medical cannabis to its patients at an affordable price, maintaining safety and local testing. Maine has educated its legislators and population to better understand the medical effects of cannabis and rewrite history, extinguishing the harmful rhetoric given to cannabis in the early 1930s through non-scientific policy and propaganda such as reefer madness. Maine now embraces cannabis and educates both the young and old. I invite all legislators to our farm. We have been visited by Lieutenant Governor Josh Green, State Senators Michelle Kadani, Donovan De La Cruz, and State House Representatives Cedric Gates, Quinlan, Gregory Illegan, and Daniel Hote are here not today. So please do not allow dispensaries to run this program and claim they're in dire straits. Their strategy is to continue to ask for more and monopolize the market. A review of their financials will show that even with 20% of Hawaii cardholders and out-of-state cardholders purchasing cannabis, they are making a profit and still refuse to lower their prices for medical patients of Hawaii, denying access to thousands of people in need of medicine. Mahalo, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next up, it is Aloha Green Holdings. Hi, Chang. Last call for Aloha Green Holdings. If not, Green Aloha Ltd.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Casey Rothstein. I'm president of Green Aloha. We're the Kauai dispensary licensee. Try to keep it brief today. We are in strong support of this bill with a few comments. I believe it addresses a few very key issues that are holding back the dispensary program. Wholesale would be an enormous boost for our patients and give them the ability to have products that we are yet unable to produce here at our smaller license on Kauai. Specifically, I'd like to speak about why it's necessary to define a production center to allow multiple buildings within the same secured fence line. The original law simply calls a production center a production center. It was up to the Department of Health to make the definition as to what exactly constitutes a production center. For some reason, that decision was to be very restrictive. I believe there's many reasons why functionally and logistically, it would make sense to separate parts of production into different buildings. I won't list all of them today. I'll simply tell you that it's far more costly and more time consuming, particularly on outer islands, to permit and build one extremely large building that's big enough to house the full plant count, drying, process, and manufacturing space than it is to separate these into multiple smaller buildings, allowing licensees to expand as needed. The original rules allowed for just 3,000 plants per production center and very limited manufactured no edible products. Over the past 6 years, rules have changed, allowing both increase in plant count and a vast amount of manufactured products. On Kauai, our original production center was designed for the original rules. We were able to fit just under 3,000 plants and had room for limited manufacturing of products. Once more manufactured products became available, included spa cartridges, we added a 20-foot converted shipping container within our secured fence line, physically touching our production center. But because it had a separate entrance, 15 feet from the entrance to the main production center, the Department of Health determined that it counts as our second and final production center. Just today, the Department of Health issued new rules requiring storage of samples of every tested product for a year past the expiration date. This will require significant storage and for contamination purposes really should be kept separate from the rest of the facility. However, current rules would not allow us to add another storage container for this product unless it has the same entrance as the production center. This is why we need the clarification in statute of the definitions or new rules requiring storage of samples of every tested product for a year past the expiration date. This will require significant storage and for contamination purposes really should be kept separate from the rest of the facility. However, current rules would not allow us to add another storage container for this product unless it has the same entrance as the production center. This is why we need the clarification in statute of the definition of production center to include multiple structures within the same secured fence line. All structures would still have to abide by the rules of security and how they're built that's already established with the program. This would allow the licensee to split up the areas of production to best fit their needs and to grow with the infrastructure that's available. If we're allowed to build and expand in a more affordable way, that along with the increased plant count would allow us to reach economies of scale, which would allow us to bring down prices, bring more patients into the dispensary program, away from the untested, unregulated, and untaxed product that's available at a lower price on the street, which after all was the founding goal of the dispensary program. This bill will help us achieve that goal. Thank you for your time. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Next up is Marijuana Policy Project. Okay, next up is Cliff Otto.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this measure. My name is Dr. Kristin Atwood. I'm a cannabinoid medicine specialist and certifying provider with Hawaii's medical cannabis program. The reason that the dispensaries need this bill is because our medical cannabis program in its current form is unsustainable. And one of the main reasons it's unsustainable is because of the ongoing conflict with federal law. How can we have a successful program when all of our 34,000 patients and 8 dispensary licensees must violate federal law to participate in our state medical cannabis program? And how can the state be okay with accepting tax revenue from federally illegal commercial drug activity? I believe that this committee has subject matter authority over this matter because of the negative financial impact that the federal conflict is causing. Because our dispensaries are continuing criminal enterprises in the eyes of the federal government, they cannot use yet regular banking services, cannot deduct standard business expenses from their federal tax returns, resulting in a 70% tax burden that must be paid in cash. Unfortunately, this cost is being passed on to patients, which is creating unaffordable dispensary product prices, which is driving patients to other sources of medical cannabis, including the illicit market. I'm asking that you use this opportunity to follow up on HCR 132 that you voted in favor of last session by adding to this measure the simple amendment that I have included in my written testimony. If for no other reason than to say that this committee did everything it could to address this important issue and to allow the discussion to continue. Thank you for taking the time to consider my comments. I will be available for questions. Aloha.
Thank you. Last call for Hawaiian Ethos or Aloha Green Holdings. Not any questions?
Question.
Representative Kobayashi and then Representative Wildberger.
Question for the licensees. Any comments on the recommendations of Department of Health about not specifying number of plants, not specifying, I think it was production centers?
Representative Kobayashi, who would you like to direct that to? Because there's
to the licensees who testified.
Or several.
So if I may say, based on what this is Jack Brown, based on how the Department of Health is outlining not actually having a plant count defined in statute, but rather giving them the discretion via rules, I think the approach is more aligned with the way other states are looking at this as far as square footage of canopy for growth, for cultivation. But I do think that it is important to have it carved out in statute at this point, because we just For an example, just received the rules today, revision of the rules from 2015 that essentially is backdated for the previous 4 legislative sessions. And given, how all the competing priorities, I just want to make sure that this is something that really does rise to the top of priorities as far as rulemaking is concerned. I think we are still open to seeing if this can be carved out in a way that makes sense if it's not done in statute, but I do think there's more discussion that should be had with the Department of Health.
Thank you. Next up is Representative Walberger.
Thank you, Chair. Is someone from the Department of Health here?
Yes, Mr. Ridley.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Ridley. I was very intrigued by what Mr. Otto talked about regarding the Department of Health asking for an exemption to the federal prohibition. Is there opposition in your department for doing such? If it would save the dispensaries or gain them tax deductions that they might be able to pass on in better prices to their patients?
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that question. We looked at other states who were in a similar situation, and there was one in particular, and it escapes me which state that was. I can get that for you later. Based on their experience, it was really a non-event when they asked the DEA for an exemption, and so we didn't think it would be of any benefit for the state of Hawaii to go that similar route and then draw attention to our program, and that's why we didn't pursue that.
One last question, Chair, for if Jacqueline or Casey wouldn't mind commenting. What percentage of your revenues, or excuse me, your expenses, are you unable to expense because of federal prohibition?
Well over 60%. I believe in 2020, our effective tax rate was over 80% when you did federal and state combined due to 280E. So this myth that the dispensaries are making wild profits, any profits we're making, the federal government takes virtually every penny of them.
Yeah, that's a high percentage. Do you feel like if you were able to take those expenses as tax deductions, you might be able to pass on better pricing to your customer base?
Certainly. Anything that would allow us to have some chance of reaching profitability will allow us to bring down prices. Part of this bill asks for increased production and some more flexibility so that we can reach economies of scale that we just can't reach when we're limited to the point that we are. And absolutely any help on the federal tax burden, any change in that would be extraordinary for our industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rothstein. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1526, House Draft 1. First up, it is Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke and Vice Chair Yamashita and the members of the Finance Committee. My name is Michael Burke. I'm with the Department of Health's Office of Solid Waste Management. We submitted testimony in support of HB 1526 HD1, and we stand on that written testimony that we submitted, but I'll be here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Farmers Union United.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Hunter Hevelin, the legislative advocate for Hawaii Farmers Union United. We stand in our written testimony in support of this bill and view it as a key mechanism to increase the supply of local agricultural inputs to support a further transition to sustainable agriculture by producers across our state. And look forward to your support of this important measure. Mahalo for the opportunity and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1806. First up, it is Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, and members of the committee. Senior Pruder with the Department of Health. We stand on our written testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 2195, House Draft 2. First up, it is DHHL.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, and members of the committee. We stand in strong support of this bill and stand by for questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Department of Health, Environmental Health Administration.
The Department of Health stands on our written testimony in support with comments.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 2399. House Draft 1. First up, it is Department of Health.
Good afternoon again, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, and members of the Finance Committee. This is Michael Burke from the Department of Health. We submitted testimony in support of HB 2399. We stand on our written testimony, but are available for questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Next up is Recycle Hawaii and Clean the Pacific.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Recycle Hawaii stands on our testimony. And we would only like to point out that everybody wants recycling, and that, waste management has a cost. And if the producers of the waste bear some of this burden, otherwise people don't really know who's responsible for this. Tax dollars just get spent, and this is a way of making it more clear instead of putting it all on the taxpayer. And the other thing I would like to point out is that we have to change our whole mindset from a linear economy, extracting to waste, to a closed loop economy. So we have to have a sustainable closed loop system. And this is the most effective way to make that transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Boland on behalf of the Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition. I would be in agreement with some of the remarks just made by the last speaker. For those who haven't done a deep dive into solid waste, there's an opportunity here to take some of the costs off of the counties and their taxpayers who are currently paying it all. We have a linear system where it's extracted, produced, we use it, we throw it away, and we pay. What we can do here with this bill is something called extended producer responsibility. And that is to take some of the largest producers of packaging material and put some of the costs on them, because they have the ability to produce more efficiently and to save materials so that less ends up in the landfill. This bill takes a good first step toward extended producer responsibility. I strongly urge the committee to adopt it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Hawaii Food Industry Association.
Thank you, Chair. Lauren Zerbel on behalf of Hawaii Food Industry Association. We are in opposition to this measure, primarily because it is not technically an EPR bill. It's more of a tax on food and beverages at a time when we are experiencing unprecedented inflation and we are experiencing very severe supply chain issues. You've probably been to the grocery store recently and noticed the empty shelves. We are having a hard time importing food. And so this measure may disincentivize large companies from even sending food here at all. So we would ask that you hold this measure and follow the recommendation of the Plastic Source Reduction Working Group, which contained a lot of environmental groups where we can study this measure. There are a lot of states passing traditional EPR bills, and we would like a chance to look through those and find one that actually a model that works for our state. And also just wanted to note that in all of the other states that have passed this legislation, there are exemptions for FDA approved items because a lot of those items, the packaging is regulated very strictly by the federal government. So they may not be able to even be recyclable under the current federal guidelines. So with that said, I will stand in my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next up is American Beverage Association.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, members of the committee, Matt Sujimura on behalf of the American Beverage Association. You have our written testimony in opposition, but I do just want to point out that this bill, while being proposed as EPR is really not EPR. It's just a tax on large corporations to provide counties with essentially what would be a blank check to conduct their own programs. We feel that there is not enough oversight. There is other EPR legislation that has been introduced but has never moved, and so I think I would echo the sentiments of the last testifier that it would really go a long way to be able to look at all of the different types of systems out there for EPR rather than just giving the counties a blank check and just putting up a tax on larger corporations. But happy to answer any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jennifer Navarro.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Navarro with Zero Waste Hawaii Island. I just want to respond to some of the opposition to this bill. One, it came out of a working group. We did look at EPR models that are happening in other states. And we really realized that Hawaii is not in a position to lead on this matter, but we didn't want to waste time in terms of dealing with our packaging waste problem. And so this is really just a first step at EPR. It would give the counties the money to put in place infrastructure and deal with packaging waste in the interim. These large corporations that would be taxed, essentially, if you want to call it that, we've been engaging with them. Members of our working group have been engaging with them and talking to them. These are companies that have already signed on to the global commitment for a new plastics economy. They're already pledging to make all of their packaging in the future recyclable, compostable, or reusable. This bill is really designed to shift Hawaii towards a reuse system for our packaging. And excuse me. So what we're heading for is reuse, and so we need infrastructure in place. Our local businesses, I did a sign-on letter for local businesses because I know our local businesses don't have time to show up and give testimony or write testimony. But our local businesses are in support of this. They want sustainable packaging solutions. Customers want sustainable packaging solutions. I don't think anybody wants the mountains of packaging waste that our counties are having to deal with. And so this is a first step towards getting that infrastructure in place to transition to a reuse system. And then that would allow us to then maybe follow up with other EPR bills with specific requirements, because this doesn't put any requirements on local businesses or on these large corporations. It's just getting seed funding to transition to a new system. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? Representative Kobayashi.
I'm wondering if there are any good examples that Hawaii could follow in other states.
Is that a question to anyone or?
Anyone, but.
Yeah, like I said, we looked at a bunch of different models. There's kind of two different, I guess, paths. One is like
No, I'm not looking for models.
But
I'm looking for an implementation that is working now that would be good for Hawaii to follow.
The reason why we designed this bill the way that we did, it's modeled after our existing e-waste program, which collects money for electronic waste, puts it into a fund, and then that money goes out to the counties. So we knew this was something that Department of Health was already familiar with, this model, and it needs some tweaking and maybe some improvements. There's been some bills introduced this session to improve the e-waste bill. So it was a model that was already our state's already familiar with.
So there is no working program such as this anywhere in the United States.
A lot of states have done this similar measure where they had like an initial bill, like a starting point that they utilized, and then they moved on to larger bills. Only 2 states have passed extended producer responsibility bills, Massachusetts and Oregon, and that was last session. So this is a new thing. That's why Hawaii is we're a small state, we're a small economy. We are not going to force anyone to do anything being a tiny little state out in the middle of the ocean. But we are engaging with these producers and they're open to this idea. You know, the idea of reuse is catching on. If you look at the testimony that I submitted, you know, this is coming. And so it's going to be really expensive to transition over to a reuse system if we don't, the government doesn't play a role in getting that infrastructure. And so that's the goal, is getting Hawaii away from a system where we have to landfill and incinerate our packaging waste.
Okay, any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1800. First up, it is PUC.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. The Commission stands on its written testimony offering comment.
Thank you. Next up is Department of Health.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Barry Ching. I'm with the Department of Health. The department stands on its written testimony and support, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Hawaii State Energy Office.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. The Energy Office stands on its testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Hawaiian Electric.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We do support this bill. However, we do express some concerns regarding Section 2. We just ask that, you know, further analysis be done before we set an actual target. And so we just recommend that that section be stricken from the bill until further analysis is complete, but all other sections we are supportive of. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very much. Next up is Jeff Mikulina.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Mikulina. I'm testifying on my own behalf in support of House Bill 1800 with an amendment. We desperately need a cap on our contribution to climate change here in Hawaii, and the window for action is closing quickly. The way this bill is currently drafted, however, it does not have an enforceable binding requirement. It's just being put in essentially the state planning statute, which is more aspirational. Hawaii currently lacks a cap on our greenhouse gas emissions, which might come as a surprise to some because we have a lot of great goals around clean energy and climate, but we lack that binding, enforceable mandate to cap our contribution to climate change. So I'd simply ask if this committee would consider amending this measure back to its original form in 1800, which tasks Department of Health with developing rules to have a binding enforceable target so we can move this policy from aspiration to accountability. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 2493. First up, it is DLNR.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leah Laramie on behalf of DLNR. We stand on our testimony and support.
Thank you. Next up is Office of Planning. Okay, next up it is Department of Agriculture.
Well, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. Department of Agriculture stands on its written testimony with comments. Thank you. I'll be here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up it is Climate Protectors Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Climate Protectors of Hawaii stand in strong support of this legislation. If you look at the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report yesterday, it is dire. We have really got to get on this or Hawaii is going to really suffer in a few years. So it's time for action now. We need to not only control greenhouse gas emissions, we also need to do a lot on sequestration of atmospheric carbon. This bill would start to do that, and we strongly support it. Thank you for the opportunity to present comments. Available for questions.
Thank you. Next is Hawaii Gas.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Julie Yunker on behalf of Hawaii Gas in support of HB 2493 HD2. As we move towards our state's net zero goal, it's important that Hawaii look to multiple avenues, fuel sources, and other opportunities to meet that goal. By incentivizing farmers in various projects, including the growth of biofuels, the state makes it possible to bring more renewable fuels options to help our state achieve our critical net zero goal by 2045. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 2277. First up, it is DOE.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, and members of the committee. I am Terry Ushijima, Interim Assistant Superintendent with the Department of Education, testifying on behalf of Interim Superintendent Keith Hayashi. The Hawaii State Department of Education stands on a written testimony providing comments on HB 2277 HD1. The department will welcome and appreciate the adding of appropriations to support surfing as an interscholastic sport. The department also noted in our testimony that currently only schools in the Maui Interscholastic League are conducting surfing as an interscholastic sport. The other 3 leagues on the Big Island, Kauai, and Oahu have not adopted surfing at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 2277 HD1.
Next up is Keith Amamiya. Okay, that's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 2494. First up, it is DOE.
Good afternoon again, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, members of the committee. Terry Ushijima here again, testifying on behalf of Department of Education Interim Superintendent Keith Hayashi. The Hawaii State Department of Education stands on a written testimony supporting HB 2494 HD1, providing funds for more culturally relevant resources and a position dedicated solely to civic education. This will provide much needed support for all students, enabling them to become knowledgeable and engaged citizens who are ready to tackle our problems now and into the future. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on HB 2494 HD1.
Thank you. Next up is Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. Thank you. Next up is HSTA.
Aloha, Laverne Moore, speaking on behalf of Osa Tui Jr., President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. The Hawaii State Teachers Association supports this bill. It stresses the importance of expanding civic education in our public schools to prepare students to participate in the public and political lives of their communities. Civic education helps develop critical thinking skills in our students that are vital to the functioning of a democratic nation, including how to recognize social problems, evaluate possible solutions to problems, separate evidence-based claims from opinions, and to take action. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next is Peace Commission to Promote and Advance Civic Education.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, and Finance Committee members. My name is Ruth O, and it is my sincere honor to have been requested to appear here before you today on behalf of the PACE Commission, the Commission to Promote and Advance Civic Education. As set forth in the PACE Commission's written testimony, the PACE Commission gives its strong support of HB 2494 and its purpose of appropriating needed funds for the expansion of civic education resources in the public schools and for the creation of a full-time permanent civic education resource teacher position. No such position currently exists. On behalf of the PACE Commission, we appreciate this opportunity to emphasize we agree with the findings of your House Education Committee, and we do strongly support House Bill 2494, and I would be glad to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 438. House Draft 1. First up, it is DOE.
Good afternoon again, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. Terry Ushijima, Interim Assistant Superintendent, testifying on behalf of Interim Superintendent Keith Hayashi. The Hawaii State Department of Education stands on its written testimony, respectfully providing comments. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony for HB 438 HD1.
Thank you very very much. Next up, it is HSTA.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee, Laverne Moore, speaking on behalf of Osa Tui Jr., President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. The HST supports House Bill 438 HD1. Hawaii has an ethnic and social economically diverse public school population, which requires our curricular and learning materials be reflective of that diversity. Rather than look into the US continent or beyond for that curriculum and expertise, HST believes strongly that the Hawaii DOE should be using sources right here on Hawaii's shores. Who better to provide these tools and resources for our classrooms than our local teachers and education experts? We ask for your support for this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers. Any questions?
Chair, I have a quick question.
Representative Caruso.
My question is for AS Ushijima.
Hello, Representative.
Hi. So my question is just, I'm requesting an update. I have an outdated list of external contracts that was provided to me by Mr. Hallett's predecessor. So it's very dated, and I was wondering if I could get an updated list so that we can better understand the department's reliance on these external contracts.
Sure, we will send that your way.
And if you could send it to the chair, and the chair can distribute it to the committee.
Yes, we will do that.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the last bill, House Bill 1697, House Draft 1. First up, it is State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Okay, otherwise it will be Keith Hayashi or Representative, Department of Education.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Yamashita, and members of the committee. I'm Heidi Armstrong from the Department of Education, testifying on behalf of Interim Superintendent Hayashi. And the department stands on its written testimony in support of House Bill 1697 HD1, and we request an appropriation to support the implementation of this bill. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Lainey Trent for Executive Director, Kara Jawila Corollas, Commission on the Status of Women. The Commission stands on our testimony in strong support of HB 1697. Mahalo, Chair Luke, and members.
Thank you very much. Next up is Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. Here. Next up is Rita Kamakimura. Next up is Tiana Wilbur.
Hi. Thank
Hi,
you,
go
Chair,
ahead.
Vice Chair, and boards of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity. I strongly oppose this bill because I feel like it's not a necessary curriculum that is needed in our children's education. Sex education should just pertain to what is the functions of our body and what it's been all these years. I don't think it needs to go any further than that. I think there's going to be a lot of other issues that'll come from this if it's pushed onto generations to come and forced on individuals in a school setting. That is something that families or individuals can go and explore or whatnot on their own, and everybody, again, just based on our constitutional rights, has the freedom of choice. So I don't think this is definitely something that we should put our money, our taxpayers' money towards as far as a curriculum in our school system. I don't think it's necessary. Thank you. I do have a written statement as well, and I do stand and back that, but I strongly oppose this. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next up is Nicole Kalepa'a.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I would like to say that I am very much opposed to this bill and do not think that it would be a wise use of our tax dollars to fund this program. Our schools should focus more on subjects such as reading, writing, and arithmetic rather than on sexual health topics such as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, etc. This bill states that these topics are to be taught positively and accurately, but that is a self-contradiction, as these lifestyles are not healthy, and it would be impossible to teach them in a way that would be both positive and accurate at the same time. According to Johns Hopkins University, gay and transgender people are at an elevated risk for a variety of mental health disorders, such as anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and suicide. This does not sound healthy to me. This bill states that its intent is to have children make responsible, informed, and empowered choices. But I believe that its true intent is to indoctrinate our children into believing that these lifestyles are positive and right. We need to ask ourselves who or what determines what is positive or morally right. I believe that we do not make that determination, but that God does. He clearly shows us in his word what is right and what is wrong. He says that homosexuality defiles people, nations, and the land. He calls these things shameful and says that not only those who practice these things will be judged, but also those who approve of those who practice them. To try and twist the truth and teach these topics as healthy lifestyles would be a disservice to our children. All lifestyles are not equally healthy, nor should they be promoted. Unfortunately, by trying to be progressive, politically correct, inclusive, and open-minded, we have lost our way and have drifted so far from the truth, common sense, and the Judeo-Christian values that our country was built on. We have exchanged the truth about God for a lie, and everyone is doing what is right in their own eyes. I would also like to close with stating that even though I am opposed to this bill and these lifestyles, I love these people and have close relatives in these lifestyles. God calls us to love one another and that we are to speak the truth in love. But by teaching these lifestyles as positive and not warning people about their consequences, we would not only be untruthful, but we would be unloving. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next up is Noelani Kalepa.
Aloha Finance Committee and legislative leaders of Hawaii. I appreciate your attention to hearing my concerns regarding HB 1697. As an educator in the Department of Education, I strongly oppose HB 1697. This is a despicable bill. I believe that it's very important to leave subjects such as sexual health education to that of parents. No committee, nor legislative leaders of Hawaii should be making these types of decisions when it comes to our keiki. It is the kuleana responsibility of the child's parents, who are their first teachers, to raise them accordingly in teaching and educating their own keiki, especially regarding moral principles. When a child is born, it is their natural self-identity. I believe anything to change that emotionally or physically is not their natural self-identity and will cause psychological harm and can cause physical harm to the child. As an educator in the Department of Education, it is my belief that this bill interferes with the true purpose for a student attending school. Core subjects such as English, math, science, and social studies will prepare a child well for entering adulthood. I do believe, however, it is the God-given responsibility of the parent to educate their child regarding sexual health according to their own personal morals and beliefs. It behooves me to think that this committee and legislative leaders of Hawaii would consider financing this bill with taxpayer dollars and overstep the boundaries of taking the place of a parent in making this kind of decision for their child. Please let parents be parents. Mahalo for your time and consideration. Aloha.
Thank you. Next up is Rachel Fernandez.
Hello. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to testify today. I am Fernandez, and I'm strongly opposed to this bill. I believe that our children in our public schools already have what they need as far as the sexual education about taking care of their bodies, being aware of sexual disease. I believe this moves us way far from what they're initially responsible to teach. We shouldn't put this pressure on our teachers. And I just believe that it's just going down a road that God is calling us not to. I have grandchildren in the public school system, and I am concerned about this bill. I don't think that our monies or the taxpayers' funds should be for this program, but it can be used in other ways. Coming off of the pandemic, there's a lot of children suffering from their academic low scores. And I just think that that's more alarming to deal with. And I pray that you folks will just kill this bill. And thank you for letting me share today.
Thank you very much. Next up is Keaolani Tarita Tehotu. Oh, you're muted. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Mahalo.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Aloha, everyone. Aloha, Chair and the committee. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I stand on my testimony. I oppose HB 1697 because this bill is not a priority. This is not a health education. And after reading what is in the bill, this is basically indoctrination and discrimination when you are looking at certain pieces of this bill. And again, also forced education. So stick to the basic needs of all students of the public school system and not only on certain students. That's what this bill is going through, just particularly certain people. The DOE have a hard time taking care and providing for our children's basic fundamental requirements that are not being properly provided in the school system. Our SAT scores, our stat scores is the lowest in the country. And teachers have a hard time taking care and providing for our children's basic fundamental requirements that are not being provided in the school system. The need for an additional education, monies going to this new program instead of going to our children's schools education. I think this is misleading and a false expectation assumed real. Creating new jobs for our teachers to learn something they're not qualified to teach. Teachers, vice principals, they're going to eventually be asking for a raise. How do you prioritize that? And where's the budget? Increase more options for learning disabilities such as dyslexia or speech, hearing deficit, etc. And what about children with English as a second language? My children come out of that. What is the alternative for parents who don't want the DOE to be breaching in their personal lives? The bill also will be effective 7/1/2050, but I've seen many bills say these dates, the dates in the forefront for the future, but actually we see it once it's passed, it goes into effect almost immediately. The last thing I want to share, people of color, that is, I don't think that should be, it's very unnecessary to have that verbiage in this bill, people of color. Do you guys know that we've been living, all of you lived in Hawaii, and I say this very passionately, we all come from different colors. Our ancestors, some of our ancestors came from outside, so we're used to that, but to really prioritize, that's why I call it a discrimination, because it's made for certain people and not for all people. And I really believe that our kuleana should be, the parents should be teaching the sex education. And for those who need the help, because I saw some of the testimonies, so please saw some of the testimonies, I understand the education that needs to be for people or children who are thinking that they're destigmatized. That's their emotions, but I really will suggest the same way I had to go look for help outside of the education system for my dyslexia children and grandchildren. I think they should be doing the same thing, that they should be looking for help outside of this. Our teachers are not educated to do that, and it's not fair for them. It's not fair for our teachers to be pushed in that, and particularly teachers who may not be in agreement with this this bill and what they have to do. So I really appreciate you folks considering this, and mahalo. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Next up is Cynthia Bartlett.
Hi.
That was interesting what she said about pushing teachers who may not be in agreement, because I do know a teacher who was asked to supervise this whole gender surveys and pushing the ideas of gender, and she didn't really agree with doing it. And the vice principal said, well, maybe you don't belong in the public school system. And it just shows you we're starting to develop an ideology, which is not what the Department of Education should be doing. So I agree with that point. This funding, this appropriation would allow the DOE to get to choose their own agency and choose whoever they consider to be expert. And there's some very radical experts out there that they could bring in. Right now, who gets to make a decision in this process? Because parents, we don't have a voting school board in Hawaii, so parents aren't a part of this decision making. And I think it's very dangerous to give a supervisor or someone in a position at the DOE the ability to choose a radical anti-family, even gender type of study. We all don't want to discriminate, and we all agree with no stigmas. But if we're going to bring the sex training in, it makes teachers into counselors. In other districts, teachers are able to have one-on-one private gender talks with students, and they put 13 dolls out. That's part of their props. And the children want to be cool, and they pick a gender, and they might be called something like pan-romantic at school for months and months and months, and the parents know nothing about it. In some school districts, they're even changing the names of students at school without telling the parents. Gender identity is the focus of this. What they mean by gender identity is it is disassociated from their body. They do teach that gender is an idea and a feeling, and it has nothing to do with your body. And this is very confusing to teach in secondary education. And once this gets into the schools, they introduce it down to kindergarten. It's quite pervasive. This is not the job of a school. Teachers are not counselors, and the school doesn't belong in the moral world of these families. It's become fashionable to have a sexual identity label, and these students are, when they use these dolls, they do pick a gender. No one just picks a boy or a girl. They pick something exciting, which is called cisgender, and they're encouraged not to use the word boy or the word girl. So the teachers become the new ally of the child, not the parent. And the schools become the new safe place for the child, not the home and not the child's family. I just don't think we should be activists in the gender world. And that's what this sex training actually does. It comes from a national level. It's in all 50 states. It's not just with Hawaii, but I would really like this bill to be killed, and I strongly oppose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers. Any questions?
McDermott has questions.
Representative McDermott.
I'd like to ask Mrs. Armstrong a few questions.
Oh, hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Armstrong. I'm sorry to subject you to this. I apologize in advance. I like you. You're a very nice person. Okay. Who develops the standards and the learning objectives for this quote unquote comprehensive training?
Okay, so there's two parts to the bill, and the comprehensive training is for the educators. And right. Because educators serve students of many different backgrounds and beliefs and practices, we do serve students who are LGBTQ+, and this bill is proposing training for those who serve those students so that the students can feel safe as they go and recognized as they go through their school experience. It's not promoting nor condoning, it's allowing educators to effectively serve all of the students that come into our system. The second part of the bill talks about there's already a sexual health curriculum in the standards, and there's also, I think it's Board of Ed Policy 103-5 that's called Sexual Health Education. And so this bill is proposing to ensure that when sexual health is taught, it's taught to address the broad audience and the broad array of students that the department does serve.
Okay, I have limited time, so I'm going to be brief. The question was, who develops the curriculum and learning objectives for this training? I didn't get a succinct answer. I got a broad answer of the entire process, and that's okay.
Right.
Is there, who defines what's age appropriate? What panel, what collection of experts does this? I know the experts who do it, by the way. I already know the answer, but who defines what's age appropriate?
Well, for sexual health curriculum, that's already defined in the health standards. And you can go to our DOE website and just Google sexual education, and you'll see the vetted curriculums that are out there. And then you can also link to the standards. And at any time when sex ed will be addressed as a topic, the parents do have the option to opt out. So, and that's been in place for a while.
For a long time, right. Yes. Heidi, I reviewed all of the sexual curriculums and did a report card on it a few years ago. My question was, who defines medically accurate? Well, let's move on. Who defines age appropriate? For example, 10-year-olds learning about anal sex under Pono choices. Who made that brilliant decision? That 10-year-olds need to be taught the finer points of anal sex, how to lube up, put a condom on for a 10-year-old. Who decided that?
That would not be appropriate. And
whoa. It's not.
No, not absolutely not.
It was in Pono choices, Heidi. It was in Pono choices. It made me famous. Okay. Second, you got to present, and I'm sorry, I like you, but you're here promoting this stuff. How do you're going to talk about these different behaviors. Are you going to articulate the comparative risks? And what I mean by that is male, female, unprotected sex. What are the risks of HIV, other STDs? Male on male anal sex. What are the HIV risks? Will those be articulated? They won't, because just the very articulation of those risk patterns shows the anal sex way off the charts. So we're going to dumb it down and say it's all the same. Just put a condom on, you'll be fine, correct? Or will these risks be articulated?
We don't, I don't have the answer to that right now.
And I know you don't. How do you present a distended anal leakage in a positive fashion? Please explain that to me. Or will it not be presented at all? It doesn't happen. We're going to talk about it, tell the kids it's great, but we don't talk about the bad stuff. This is really gross, and I'm getting icky sticky talking about it, but this is the real stuff. And we are engaging in social engineering, which I find objectionable. So how do you present anal leakage in a positive fashion from a distended anus from abusing your body?
I can't answer that right now, and I don't know the curriculum that I would have to look at the curriculum, or we as a department would have to look at the curriculum that presents that type of information to determine if that is appropriate, or to determine if that is something that.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Because we have, I want to get you off the hot seat, so to speak. You'll thank me when I see you at Sam's Club. Will we have to articulate, will we tell what the risks are for oral sex, promiscuous oral sex? That if you have 5 or more partners, there's a 200% risk in the increase in oral cancer. Will that be articulated anywhere? I already know the answers to these questions because I've reviewed all of the programs. Will that be articulated?
Those, well, those topics aren't extensively included in the current curriculum. So I would go back to the curriculum vetting if this bill should pass. And after those curriculums are vetted, I think I would have better information to share about what the vetted curriculums do offer.
Let me ask you this. This is all, I'm going to lose on this as I always do, so just bear with me for the next few moments. If a child comes to you, you're a professional, I respect you, I've worked with you, you're a pro, you're good, I like you a lot. If a child comes to you and you've been in teaching and administrative for years and years and says, you know, Miss Armstrong, and this is real, I have these unwanted feelings, I'm questioning, you know, I'm a boy or a girl, but I'm not sure. Who are you going to send them to?
We do.
Who can they get counseling from? This is very important.
They can get counseling from our school counselors, but that's why it's important for our school counselors to be trained and other school personnel to be trained to be able to either address their questions or give them the resources, refer them to the resources that can help them along.
Heidi, 3 years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, we passed a law that said you can't provide this kind of counseling to minors. So no counselors can do it. The only person they go see is the baseball coach. Professionals cannot do it. So if I take my kid, this questioning, and I talked about this on the House floor, some of my colleagues will remember, maybe they blocked those memories out. I said, if I'm questioning, I need help, who can I talk to? It's illegal to try and steer that kid one way or the other. So what kind of counseling are they getting? So I'm a boy, I want to be a boy. But I have these unwanted feelings. Who can I talk to? You cannot go there. And this is the kind of stuff we're dealing with. So when we bring this social engineering in, we haven't thought it through. Who develops? I'll tell you who develops this great. Planned Parenthood in the Northwest. They're going to come in. They're the experts, quote unquote. You got a master's of public health with an agenda who develops all this stuff. I don't want to talk about this stuff. You're the DOE. I think there's a reason they sent you today, and he didn't want to sit in on this one. But who it's illegal. Okay, we passed a law. Ask Bilotti about it. She and I were in agreement on this. You can't give a kid counseling. That's a big deal, one way or the other. So what do you tell the kid?
I can't give a broad answer to that because it would be based on what the child comes with. We do know that we want to support students. We want to support their social and emotional well-being. And if we're unable to provide the support that they need, we have to connect them with the resources.
Okay, I'll end it here pretty quickly. We go back to presenting this stuff in a positive fashion. Two men having anal sex. How do you present that in a positive fashion while articulating the risks? Because once you tell them about distended anus, anal leakage, a man having to put a Kotex on to stop the leakage so it doesn't drip in his pants, this is real world stuff. Okay, how do you present that in a positive way? Or do you just omit it? We omit it. That's the answer.
Well, I think it goes back to the curriculum, and we're bound by oh gosh, the statute 321-11, the medically accurate sexuality health education.
And who
so when we're
determines
vetting
medically
these,
accurate?
when there's definitions in there, and when we're vetting the curriculums, that there's 3 criteria, being age appropriate, factual information, and medically accurate. And to answer your question on medically accurate, it would be the recognized as accurate and objective by professional organizations, and I'm reading this from the statute, for organizations and agencies with expertise in the relevant fields, such as the Federal Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the American Public Health Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists.
Okay,
So that's in
they're all
statute.
experts. I don't question that. So that's the medically accurate. Okay, so are we going to include these negative medically accurate situations? Because they happen, they're real. Are we just going to, I can tell you we're not. I already know that. This is social engineering. Age appropriate, who determines age appropriate? Is it a board of pediatricians, obstetricians, pediatricians working together as a team to work for these kids? No, it's Planned Parenthood of the Northwest. That's who the hell determines all this stuff. And you know that, I know that. Let's not kid around. So, guys, I'm going to leave. Heidi, thank you. You've been a good sport. I think I made my point. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, if not, let's recess for decision making. Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision. Oh, sorry, on my camera. Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision-making on our 12:30 agenda. First up, it is House Bill 1945, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, members, we're voting on House Bill 1945 HD1 as is. Chair votes aye, Vice Chair votes aye. Representative Bronco. Excuse Eli.
Recording in progress. Oops, sorry.
Excuse Hope. Excuse Iligan.
Aye.
Kobayashi.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Ishimoto. Aye. Russo.
Aye.
Sayama.
Aye.
Tam.
Aye.
Todd. Excuse Wildberger.
Aye.
McDermott.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, next up is House Bill 1798, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Not, please please take the vote.
Okay. Members, we're voting on House Bill 1798 HD1 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Bronco, Eli, Holt, and Todd. And that shall remain throughout this agenda unless noted. Are there any reservations or no's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1954, House Draft 2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Please take a vote.
Members, we're voting on House Bill 1954, House Draft 2 as is. Are there any reservations or no's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1548, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Please take the vote.
Voting on House Bill 1548 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1550, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, voting on House Bill 1550, House Draft 1 as is. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2058, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Voting on House Bill 2058, House Draft 1 as is. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1579, House Draft 2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Voting on House Bill 1579, House Draft 2 as is. Are there any reservations or no's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1893, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Voting on House Bill 1893 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Or, okay, I'm going to note the President of Representative Bronco. Are there any reservations or no's? All others vote aye.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2338, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, members voting on House Bill 2338, House Draft 1 as is. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2339, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, members voting on House Bill 2339 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations or no's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1932, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 1932, House Draft 1 as is. Any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you, members. We already voted on House Bill 1419. Next up is House Bill 2260, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Not, please take a vote.
Okay, House Bill 2260, House Draft 1 as is. Are there any reservations? No's? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1526, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, voting on House Bill 1526, House Draft 1 as is. Are there any reservations? Noes? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1806, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2, defecting the effective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, voting on House Bill 1806, House Draft 1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Noes? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2195, House Draft 2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, voting on House Bill 2195 HD2 as is. Any reservations? Noes? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2399, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Not. Representative Hawaii.
Adam, I think I'm WR on this. Concept is good, but the details are many and I think shaky.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Now, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 2399 HD1, noting the reservations of Representative Kobayashi. Are there any other reservations or noes? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1800, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2 at the request of the EEP chair and the concurrence of CPC chair. On page 5, we'll be changing the 2030 goal from 70% to 50%. And she would like to add the justification on the purpose clause on page 2. So that is the amendment. Okay, any discussion? So with that, other technical and non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 1800 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Noes?
No. McDermott, no.
Noted. Any other noes? Okay, all others vote aye. Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2493, House Draft 2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 2493 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2277, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 2277 HD1 as is. Any reservations? Noes? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 2494, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, House Bill 2494 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Noes?
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 438, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay. Members voting on House Bill 438 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1697, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, members voting on House Bill 1697 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes?
No for McDermott.
Noted. Are there any other noes? All others vote aye.
Thank you. And it's just a reminder that the joint hearing tomorrow with Waterland and Judiciary will be at 9 a.m. For decision making. So with that, thank you very much. Hearing is adjourned.